It is hereby resolved that a Bay Area Rapid Transit District shall be created to plan and, if approved, to build and operate a regional system.
Voters are going to the polls in record numbers today to decide on the proposed Bay Area Rapid Transit System.
It is hereby It is hereby resolved that a Bay Area Rapid Transit District shall be created to plan and, if approved, to build and operate a regional system.
Voters are going to the polls in record numbers today to decide on the proposed Bay Area Rapid Transit System.
It is hereby resolved that a Bay Area Rapid Transit District shall be created to plan and, if approved, to build. It is hereby
Microphone check from the overflow room.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Mic check from the large conference room.
Yes, we hear you.
And video check. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Director Foley.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
We are now recording. Good morning, Director McPartlin.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Well, thank you. How are you?
Best day of my life.
Good morning, Director Ames. Good morning, President Saltzman.
Good morning.
Cameo appearance. I love it.
Hi.
Good morning, darling.
Somebody's still waking up.
She's like, no way. She woke up hours ago. She's just like, who are you people?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, she's getting so big. This is huge.
But look, Cindy, there's a Bart train.
Oh, look at her face. She's like, yeah. Oh, look at her hair. Oh my God, she's beautiful.
Thank you. It's gotten so long.
I love that. Oh. She's concentrating. She's on something. She's looking at
She's trying to figure you all out.
Oh. Hello.
She's also wondering why you're not a video of animals.
Who are you? What? We're animals. They look different.
See, if that was my kid, she would be thinking, where's the cartoons?
Or I don't know these people from the Brady Bunch. Who are they?
Yeah, she does not know what the Brady Bunch is.
I think that might have skipped a generation or two, probably.
That would be what.
Hi, good morning, Director Simon.
Hey, Rebecca, did you just get my text? President Saltzman?
I have not, because I had Zinnia on my lap, but I will look now.
Well, that's way more important. I was early, so you see what I said?
I did, yes, and that's great.
Okay, if you could call on her, that'd be great.
Sure. Does she want to say something or?
I think so. I mean, she just texted me this morning. She said, can I address the board very briefly? It's not contentious. So.
Okay. Yes. But she doesn't want to speak under public comment. She wants to speak as a special guest.
She did.
Okay. No problem.
Good morning, Director Allen, Vice President Lee, Director Simon.
Good morning.
Okay, it looks like most of us are here, so why don't we call the meeting to order, and whenever you're ready, District Secretary, please call the roll.
Director Allen. Director Ames.
Here.
Director Duffy.
Here.
Director Foley.
Present.
Vice President Lee.
Here.
Director McPartlin.
Here.
Director Rayburn. Director Simon.
Here.
President Saltzman.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
And Director McPartlin, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you for that privilege. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Welcome everyone here today to the second day of our board workshop. And please note that pursuant to all necessary findings having been made by the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District for itself as well as subordinate legislative bodies to continue remote public meetings in the manner contemplated under urgency legislation, Assembly Bill number 361, public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. And if you are joining us via Zoom and would like to make public comment, if you're joining via phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. And if you're on Zoom on your computer, you can just use the raise hand function and you will be called on. So before we go to introduction of special guests and public comment, I know that the general manager and Chief Alvarez would like to give an update on the shooting that happened last night at Civic Center. So I'll turn it over to them.
Thank you, President Saltzman. Good morning, directors. Ed Alvarez, Chief of Police. So last night there was a fatal shooting at the Civic Center station, and it was Bart's increased police presence, not just at Civic Center, but officers being assigned to ride trains that led to the immediate arrest of the suspect and immediate retrieval of evidence and video surveillance. The shooting and arrest occurred at the Civic Center platform at around 8:30 p.m. The male victim was alone and on the escalator heading down to the platform. The male suspect came running behind him on the escalator and once at the platform, shot the victim with the handgun. Following the shooting, the station was closed. Trans-based service continued, but the trains were turning back at Powell and 16th Street as trains were not allowed to run through the station until the very end of the night. The station was reopened for riders to catch the last trains of the evening directly from Civic. Muni provided mutual aid for riders to get around the closure of the station. I want to personally thank all our officers who are committed to providing a visible presence at our stations and our platforms and on our trains. Lastly, it's important to note that we had 6 BPD personnel on scene in less than 1 minute, rendering first aid to the victim and leading to the safe arrest of the suspect. Thank you.
Thank you for the update, and I really appreciate the work of the whole department on what happened last night and all the work you do every day. And I know you will have further updates over the coming days and weeks, so please keep the board and the public updated. We can't get into a long back and forth about this. It's not on our agenda, but does anybody have any questions? Otherwise, we'll move forward. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the introduction of special guests. And I understand, oh, sorry, I see a public hand raised. So, but this isn't really an item. So I assume that member of the public wants to speak on public comment. So we're not quite there yet. But for introduction of special guests, I don't know that I see her, but if Wanda Johnson, oh, that might be her. If Wanda Johnson is here, the mother of Oscar Grant, I understand she wants to address us briefly. So if we can unmute her. And thank
Wanda,
you for
please go
joining us.
ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. I am actually on the call for 2 reasons. The first reason, we are having Oscar Grant Day at City Hall in Oakland on February 26th. And we want to make it a day for the community since there has been so many killings going on. And we're coming to you asking for your support by way of finances or by way of donating items to our youth. We want our youth to come out with the school closures being talked about and just the killings that's going on. It's triggering a lot of issues for families. And so we want to try to encourage the families and just love on the families. And so we're asking for Bart support by sending a monetary check to the Oscar Grant Foundation or from you guys sending some kind of donation to the youth that will be there. So that's my first comment that I have. My second comment is, when Oscar was killed January 1st, 2009 at the Fruitvale BART station, when he was laying on the platform, when the bullet pierced his lungs, and when he was bleeding there and succumbed to that shot that miserably pulled that trigger, I'm asking that a plaque be placed up there on that platform with Oscar's name on it, his first and last name, and his date of birth and his death, the date that he was killed.
Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Continue, Ms. Johnson. This is Latifa. Continue.
Okay. I think that is very important that that doesn't happen again. And this having a plaque up on the platform can be one of the reminders that something fatal happened at the BART station, and that the police nor the BART employees, the BART board, never wanted to happen again. And so I believe this is a start. This is one of the things that I had requested in the very beginning when we started requesting different things from BART. So I'm asking that a plaque be put up on that platform. Thank you.
Thank you
If
so
I
much.
if I may very
ahead.
quickly, President Saltzman, and I'll be very brief. Thank you, Reverend Johnson, for coming on this morning. I know it's always difficult to address this board considering the long history with your family and with your beloved son. One of the things that I can offer is to be in conversation with our president and Rod Lee and our chief and our general manager to respond to both of your requests. And I know that I will be out there on Oscar Grant Day, and I'm hoping that members of the board who can make it out can show solidarity. We know that the Oscar Grant Foundation is not just working on issues of police accountability, but working in community deeply with folks who are dealing with the rising homicide rates all over the Bay Area and in fact the country related to community violence. And so we completely, I think, are in solidarity with all of your work. And in terms of BART platform and sponsorship, I would love to be able to take up those issues with members of our staff this week with our president and vice president. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Madam
Yes,
President,
thank you.
Madam
Yes.
President, I'd
Yes.
just like to also address Reverend Johnson. This is Devin Dufty, and I just want you to know that I will personally contribute, and I will reach out to you following today's meeting to see how I can join Director Simon, and I'm sure others on the BART board, in not only raising funds for the event on February 26th, but as well with regard to the plaque. So I'm very grateful that you're here. I'm very grateful that you have opened your heart to working with this BART board of directors, and I will support you 100%. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much for coming and speaking to us today. And I look forward to working with the other directors, both on Oscar Grant Day and on the plaque. So do we have any other introduction of special guests? And if not, we'll move to general public comments. This is public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. And let's turn it over to the first speaker.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, my pronouns are she and her. It's always good to be back with you. You know, I love a good public meeting. Can't seem to get enough of them. Not just necessary, but can be fun as well. And again, thank you for the Pledge of Allegiance. I think the biggest reason why I try to make these meetings on time is because I want to be with you and participate in the Pledge of Allegiance. So thanks again. So to start this day off, you know, I was watching a part of it. I got to watch the rest of it. A press conference from Grand Central Terminal yesterday. It's about biking. And it led me to think about a lot of things and good things. And I just thought to myself, I'm going to start off the day with some Jerry Rafferty, get right down the line. And being reminded of 42nd Street of Jerry Rafferty in his song Baker Street. I think he was talking about 42nd Street. And I think one of the reasons why I like Grand Central Terminal so much is because it's in New York City. You know, I think it's important that people know that Grand Central Terminal's in New York City. And I was thinking about electricity, and I was talking to you yesterday a bit about electricity, and I think we should have a superintendent of electricity. And I think about, you know, I am simply an ordinary user of residential electricity. I don't know how employees and officers of BART buy their power for their homes, but I simply have an account in my name. But I schedule my electricity, much like BART does with demand, and I'm running on 100% solar, and my home is all electric, and I was making my hard-boiled eggs and doing some other things and keeping all that in mind. So I think it's important that BART be enlightened about electricity and maybe get into the storage business. maybe we could get some renewable kilowatt hours for storage and work toward 100% renewable energy. So that's my take there. And I maintain to you that even though I am a person who does not fit societally established definitions, that it is possible for me to talk intelligently and respectfully about railroading, because I think anybody can approach an agency with respect and thoughtfulness and mindfulness in discussing the issues of the day. And I believe in the power of public participation, and I look forward to this workshop continuing, though I may not be at the whole workshop. But I'm just going to say briefly, and hope to say more later. When I saw that 50th anniversary logo, and it reminded me of the logo that Denver RTD used, one thing that came to mind. When I saw that logo, I knew this, that Bart is indeed the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
John, please go ahead.
Good morning. I am John Spangler, and I am the recently elected chair of the Bart Bicycle Advisory Committee. First, I want to thank the board for your service. I appreciate the fact that you have dedicated yourselves to making transit better in the Bay Area. And I sent you a letter about the 50th anniversary celebration, which I will not address here. But a couple of other updates on the Bart Bike Advisory Task Force. One, I am the chair. Rick Goldman is now the vice chair. And we too are seeking more diversity in our task force, just as the Bart board is with redistricting. And I want to address the redistricting process a little bit. I was at the workshop recently. Those of us who live in Alameda do not want to be split apart from Oakland. We use stations in Oakland all the time. Fruitvale is my major connection, and it's the major connection for anybody who rides transit to Bart from Alameda or rides a bike to Bart. It's flat, it's easily accessible, and I want to thank the Reverend Ms. Johnson for her comments earlier. I think about Oscar Grant a lot when I visit that station, and I think her suggestions are terrific. For a plaque, I would appreciate seeing that myself. But back to redistricting, I don't want to see Oakland balkanized more than it already is and split up among other districts. I don't also want to see any more BART directors be lost in the redistricting process, because I have learned, as a principle of good government, institutional memory counts, expertise counts, and each one of you who've been on the board for a while have developed that at great personal cost and investment, and I don't want to see that lost. I also really appreciate the transit system-based model for the redistricting. I think that needs to be focused on. And within that, I want to let the board know that I have worked myself to increase diversity at all levels in my own political life, even though I am an old white guy and on the wrong side of the power structure from that standpoint. And I will vote for people who have the expertise that this board needs. And I will commend you the letter that I sent when you get to 7D this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and congratulations on your election as chair. And we'll go to the next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 3037, please go ahead.
Oh, hi, my name is Sprague Turplin. Just as a member of the public, a BART rider, I just wanted to encourage and express my support to the BART board for all of your efforts to seamlessly connect Bay Area transit, the different agencies, to enable riders to easily transfer from one agency to another and have fares that also reflect that. So please, I commend and encourage you to keep up those efforts to make transit ridership, transit riding easier for members of the public, the BART Caltrain connection in Millbrae, for example, to have it be as seamless as possible, as well as in San Francisco between BART and Muni, enabling one to transfer from the Muni Metro level in the subway to BART without having to go up to the upper level, opening up gates, enabling direct access as easy as possible, please. Along these same lines, if I may mention, it'd be awesome if the board could help arrange for power washing of the Civic Center BART station. I know this is shared with Muni, but it's a pretty grimy looking place. I recall, and not too many years ago, Millbrae BART station had power washing every night. The suburbs had a sparkling, lovely station, and the busy downtown station was pretty grimy, and it remains so to this day. I think that would help enable ridership to rebound if the stations in the city were cleaner. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if I can't see who's in the room, but if Shane is there, if he could let us know how often Civic Center is power washed. I know it's frequent.
Yes, President, I will.
Can you let us know now, or do you not have that with you?
I'll get back to you on the frequency.
Okay, but it is one of our most frequent power wash stations, correct? The downtown San Francisco ones are?
The scrub crew was actually there last night.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised, so I think we can conclude general public comment and move into the board workshop. So I'll turn it over to General Manager Powers. Oh, I see one more hand raised, so I'll take that. We'll do the final public comment and then go back to Bob.
Uncle Bobby, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I am affectionate to the community as Uncle Bobby X. I am the uncle of Oscar Grant. First name is Cephas Johnson. Also the brother of Wanda Johnson. And as stated earlier, the uncle of Oscar Grant. Apologies for getting on so late, work and traffic and all that. But anyhow, I am definitely in standing in agreement that the plaque that has been requested, of course, by my sister and others to be put at the Fruitvale BART station. I stand in agreement with that. I think it's an important aspect to our healing process, especially my sister, Wanda, Oscar's mother. There's been many years of struggle, and this is not the first time that this conversation has come forth, but I think it's due time. And I think it'll be a benefit also to BART in itself, because many come from all across the country to visit that location where, as we know, Oscar was murdered. And so to have something there to represent this historical spot is, I think, critical to not just our journey and healing process, but also to the evolution of those that come to the Bay Area for historical understanding and reference, to be able to read and understand that place where it happened. I conclude with that, Uncle Bobby. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So that now concludes general public comment, and I will turn it over to the general manager.
Thanks, Director Saltzman. This is Hannah Lindelof, BART Strategic Planning Group Manager. We could go into the presentation for the first item. So today we're going to transition from looking at sort of the key themes. Yesterday we talked about customer experience, we talked about our financial outlook, and we talked about equity. Today we're going to focus in on a few of the key initiatives that sort of reflect those themes more specifically. And today we'll be starting that discussion with customer experience, looking at the regional transit coordination in the region. Today I'll be providing an update on regional efforts to improve the customer experience and grow transit ridership through improved transit coordination. Transit general managers for the largest systems have continued to meet and coordinate weekly, and our teams are committed to improving the customer experience and the regional transit network. Today, we'll be providing an update on MTC's Transformation Action Plan with a highlight on two critical components in the action plan, fare integration and regional transit governance. We'll close with a look ahead to the work over the coming year. Next slide. As background and as presented to the board in August of last year, the culmination of MTC's Blue Ribbon Task Force was a completion of the Transit Transformation Action Plan. In October, the action plan was the focus of an MTC Commission workshop where the areas of fares, mapping and wayfinding, and transit priority were identified as accelerated actions. Next slide. The actions are summarized here, highlighting the desired customer experience improvements these efforts aim to achieve by advancing these efforts at the regional level across all transit agencies. The slide also outlines the specific work identified in the action plan to advance in the near term, noting that longer-term initiatives beyond the scope of the action plan will be required over time to achieve the desired outcomes, but will also require additional funding. Items in blue text are further highlighted later in the presentation. Next slide. The total funding need identified by MTC is $152 million, for which a detailed funding plan is being developed. As shown on this slide, right now that total cost includes $28 million for fare integration, $35 million for mapping and wayfinding, $61 million for transit priority, and $28 million for all the other actions identified. And that's just for the items noted on the prior slide in that table. Some of these efforts already had funds committed. In addition, $85 million will be funded via an exchange consistent with the American Rescue Plan Act fund set-aside framework approved by the MTC Commission, and other discretionary sources controlled by MTC will also be brought to bear. With that background, I'm going to pass to Mike Eisman to provide an update on fare integration. On the next slide.
Thanks, Hannah. Next slide, please. Thanks. As directors know, Bart, along with MTC staff, co-led the Regional Fare Integration Study under the direction of the Fare Integration Task Force. That task force is made up of agency executive managers and chaired by General Manager Mike Hirsch of AC Transit. In December of 2021, the task force adopted a vision statement for fares in our region that includes two significant near-term policy initiatives and two visionary steps for further investigation. First, the vision calls for a pilot project to demonstrate an all-agency institutional or employer path with customers including educational institutions, affordable housing properties, and employers of various sizes. The task force targeted this calendar year to begin rolling out that pilot. Second, the vision calls for no-cost or low-cost or reduced-cost transfers between all transit agencies, which will be technically possible beginning with the completion of the next generation Clipper system. Clipper 2 is planned for completion in late 2023 or early 2024. And then next, the visionary steps the task force endorsed include further consideration of individual all-agency transit passes offered to the general public, subject to the findings of the institutional pass pilot, and further development of a vision for a common fare structure for regional services, including rail, ferry, and express bus. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, the Fare Integration Task Force will continue to oversee this work. Bart and MTC staff will continue to manage the work that will be needed to implement the vision statement with regular reporting to the task force. And as we move into the implementation phases, the work will involve continuing engagement with agency boards, the MTC Commission, and staff from our partner agencies. Next slide, please. Staff is working right now on practical steps to move these initiatives ahead. On the institutional pass pilot, those steps include getting the fare product established in the Clipper system, getting the research plan and Title VI approach in place, preparing funding and project budget options for the task force to consider, and beginning to coordinate with potential customer institutions. We have a long way to go, but our goal is to begin a limited pilot with a small number of educational institutions in their upcoming fall semester. We'll return to the BART board for approval of project specifics in the spring. For low and no cost transfer initiative, our focus right now is making sure that the task force vision is built into the business rules of the next generation Clipper system so that it can be implemented when that system is ready. Further policy work, interagency agreements, and board approvals will be required to further advance the initiative. And with that, I'll turn it back to Hannah.
Thanks, Mike. Can we go to the next slide? So the second area of the action plan we'd like to highlight today is transit coordination and governance. As discussed last year, the next phase of work on exploring regional transit network management will be a business case evaluation of alternatives. This work is just getting started and is anticipated to be completed this fall. The business case will be guided by an advisory group comprised of 7 general managers, including Bob Powers, the MTC executive director, and 6 key stakeholders. The business case will evaluate transit network management alternatives against a range of criteria and evaluate the relative benefits, costs, and risks. At the end of the study, a preferred solution will be brought forward to the Commission and possibly could lead to new MTC-sponsored legislation. The study will build on alternatives developed in the summer of 2021, likely with additions, refinements, or variations as they evolve. The options in the 2021 evaluation were defined against 2 axes, one ranging from management, which would be a more collaborative approach, to manager, which would indicate a higher single level of authority over the regional transit network. Next slide. Transit operators are committed to improved network management, and to be transparent, I wanted to share with you an update on the transit network management proposal that reflects operator staff perspective. We recognize there are multiple perspectives on this topic and all have pros and cons, and we expect the business case to be informed by the range of perspectives and to fully assess those pros and cons of each alternative. We also recognize that the current concepts, including the one I'll walk through right now, may evolve over the course of the study and that the final solution may be some hybrid or phased solution. This is still just the beginning of the process. So over the past few months, operators have collectively worked to further develop the concept of a transit network management executive board as a more refined management alternative that builds on the successful collaboration of transit agencies over the past 2 years and is within the authorities of our existing institutions. The mission of this executive board would be to establish a centralized forum for transit policy development and network management with the goal of improving customer experience, advancing equity, and increasing transit ridership. The executive board would provide needed structured coordination on regional transit planning, lead on implementation of the action plan as well as longer-term initiatives, seek to improve network efficiencies and effectiveness, and importantly, is a structure that could be realized immediately within the existing authorities in response to the urgent needs we face. Next slide. The executive board would be an association of transit operator general managers and MTC, bringing to bear the expertise of local agencies and leveraging existing governance structures, authorities, and accountabilities. Under this structure, existing transit agency boards would retain their existing authority, and the executive board would develop consensus-based recommendations that would then be advanced either to MTC or transit agency boards as appropriate, with regional policy and funding decisions going to MTC and agency policy and funding, including fare policy, agency budget impacts, and major service changes going to agency boards for approval. Next slide. The intent is that the board would be at the center of a collaborative process whereby iterative staff work would lay the groundwork with adopting bodies, ensuring feasible policies advance, incorporate technical expertise through leveraging current staff resources and establishing subcommittees or technical groups to tackle key issue areas that could range from paratransit needs to user experience. And importantly, there would be an advisory council that would serve as a formal venue for diverse stakeholder participation and advice. The board would also commit to regular status reporting and would host regular public meetings to act as a centralized forum on regional transit policy development and coordination. Operator staff are supportive of this alternative being evaluated among other alternatives in the business case analysis and intend to return to the board with all alternatives for review when MPC consultant team provides additional detail, analysis, and trade-offs between alternatives. Next slide. Moving back to work that MTC is advancing as part of the Transformation Action Plan, MTC is also leading the Regional Rail Partnership Study in coordination with rail providers. This study is also exploring governance structures with a focus on project delivery. The study is moving forward on an accelerated schedule to complete in June of 2022, and as the business case scope is further refined, it will become clearer how these two studies will inform each other. Next slide. So finally, in support of implementation of the Transformation Action Plan, MTC is considering an update of Resolution 3866. This resolution establishes MTC's Transit Coordination Implementation Plan and that transit agencies must comply as a condition of funding through MTC. The update would establish the commitments of MTC and operators to the action plan, as well as strengthen MTC's authority to implement it. The update may address a range of actions from the plan and may also revisit existing topics. The process for an update of the resolution would entail a staff proposal from MTC, consultation with operators, and then action by the Operations Committee and Commission, and could be advanced as soon as summer of 2022. As MTC advances this update, we'd like to note that there may be an opportunity to revisit the current lack of direct transit agency representation on the Commission. Next slide. So this last slide outlines the schedule over the next year on the accelerated action plan items, as well as current transit governance efforts. In addition to the actions identified here, staff will also now be tracking SB 917, new legislation for seamless transit, introduced by Senator Becker. Staff are currently analyzing the bill and will be working with MTC, other operators, and the author's office on the content of the bill. I won't go into detail on the timeline details here in preference for a discussion, other than to note that there's a substantial amount of work underway, and operator staff will continue to be engaged with MTC staff as these efforts evolve. With that, I'd like to open to discussion.
Thank you so much for the presentation. First, we'll go to public comment, and then we'll go to board discussion.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her, as I speak about this introduction. And in summary, it's complicated, but that's okay. And I appreciate the work of Mike Eisman in helping the fare integration to be more clearer. It doesn't look like mud anymore to me. So we're always going to start out with things that look clear as mud. But I think with this network management, we're going to get there. Because what I want is a system, not just Bart, but a regional system that will have ease of use. Because I'm simply an ordinary rider of Bart. I don't have anyone else that I represent. I'm just speaking for myself here, and I'm sure many would agree with me. Wayfinding, the mention of that in the report is absolutely essential. As I shared with my time of being in the Denver airport and the missing signs and having to ask somebody, how do I get to the A line? Because I just want to get on the A line and put on John Denver's Rocky Mountain High and get downtown to my hotel. So that's very important because it's easy to get lost. I was in Grand Central Terminal again last year, and there are signs everywhere. I was able to find the elevators that can take me to and from the lower level because if most of the lower level is accessed through stairs. So I was able to use the elevator, and to ensure that people know what platform they're on, they actually have little signs with numbers that run the entire length of the platform saying what track you're at. So you're not gonna forget, or just in case you don't see the big sign at the beginning. So wayfinding, we have to keep up with that. But I certainly think that we have the team in place to do this. And of course, the mention of Clipper is absolutely essential. The idea of a regional payment network, which offers a predictability in what you're going to spend for transportation. Yes, I can go and look at complicated fare schedules, but it's nice when you can put all into one package. Clipper does a great job at tabulating all the fares, but this will take it to the next level where you don't have to worry about what the bill will be at the end of the day. Just remember this, that this is not just about making things easier, but it exemplifies the values of Bart being the people system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
John, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, my comments this morning are not representing the BART Bike Advisory Task Force. We have not deliberated on any of this yet. I am speaking only for myself this morning. Several questions on this. First, I am greatly encouraged as a Bay Area native. I have known about the balkanization of transit for my entire 69, almost 70 years. And my questions and comments are as follows. One, I want to make sure that there is seamless access across agencies, not only for bikes, but also for the folks who are represented by our sister task force, the Accessibility Task Force at BART. And I hope there will be involvement opportunities for people representing those task forces to be directly involved with the citizen access to influence the executive board on a regular basis. A question about the regional rail transit coordination. Is that Link 21 or is that a separate initiative? And my other concern here is that by adding another layer of transit coordination through the executive board that's envisioned here, will that slow down response time by not only MTC, but by the individual transit agencies to changing needs? And the situation with COVID gave us a whole lot of evidence for the need to be responsive. I know BART has responded very quickly to changing circumstances, but the idea of meshing all this is so wonderful to hear that, you know, that more progress is being made. And I can tell you that most of the people on our task force will probably be very interested in doing that. And we can amend our bylaws to make sure we can delegate people to represent our needs. And I'm sure our friends on the Accessibility Task Force will do the same. But this is great. And I'd like to hear more about the Link 21 connection to the transit part. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Adina, please go ahead.
Great. Yes. Good morning, BART board members. And I'm going to start off my comments noting that I serve as an individual citizen on the MTC Policy Advisory Council, and in that role have served as chair on the advisory body for the Fare Integration Task Force, and now participate on the advisory body for the Network Management Business Case Study. And with that, wanted to express some puzzlement about the presentation about the Network Management Business Case Study, in that I see that what has been presented to this board is one option, the network management option. In that study, there are going to be multiple options coming forward. That schedule says that the multiple options will be available in April, with analysis being done by July, preferred alternative by September. And so I am puzzled as to why only one alternative is being brought forward to this board and would hope that the multiple options would be brought forward, not only after they're analyzed, but as soon as they start to show up, and would really urge the board to consider various different options, not only this one, which is the closest to the status quo. Regarding the remark that the current model has been successful, watching closely the fare integration, yes, it has made fantastic progress. But as someone wearing an advocacy hat, letting riders know what's going on with this study, that process has been absolutely grueling. Letting people know who use BART and AC Transit and Muni and other agencies about how to participate, and then having to go to multiple regional boards plus multiple agency boards for each step of each decision is really exhausting, unreasonable to expect of transit riders, and is something that is really, I would imagine that would be extremely difficult to do that each and every time that there is a new policy enhancement being proposed. And there are many steps to go towards achieving a coordinated system, and would really urge consideration of network manager options that can provide more of a one place to go for transit riders who use more than one transit agency. Lastly, really glad to hear yesterday the BART board drawing the connections between a coordinated system, funding, and voter support for transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And this is the last speaker with the hand up. So if anybody else would like to speak on this item, please press *9 if you're on the phone, or raise your hand.
Good morning. This is Ian Griffiths with Seamless Bay Area. This is a really unique moment in time for the Bay Area. The opportunity of the network management business case is a once in a generation opportunity to think hard about how we want to structure our institutions to deliver on the outcomes for the public of improved mobility. I submitted a letter, Seamless and Spur submitted a joint letter that you have in your packet that goes over some of the concerns we have with the proposal that was shared. I won't recover those, but I just want to encourage you to really encourage staff to really use this opportunity to think big and strategically. The posturing of the general managers in this business case process really needs to be one where we're looking at how to solve problems over the long term. The posturing shouldn't be how can we minimize change from the status quo. And I really hope that that's how the business case advisory group and BART's participation within that business case advisory group moves forward. Our region has changed since BART was set up, in the 70s, since MTC was set up even earlier than that, with 50 years ago. Regions that have succeeded in attracting more people to transit have updated and evolved their institutions. There's been legislation. Legislation is a normal part of making improvements over time, and restructuring of institutions, changing of authorities, in some cases, even merging of agencies is part of a normal process of how regions that have increased transit ridership have gone about doing it. And this is the study where all of those things are happening. So really just, we're at the beginning of this study. We really want people to go into it with an open mind. And I think the general managers have a really important role to play because they come with so many decades worth of experience in this area. But let's be clear, I would ask you to encourage, the staff participating in this to really be open-minded about solutions, and even if they may involve changes to what BART looks like right now, but really thinking about how the BART system can be as successful as possible into the future. So thank you again.
Thank you. Next speaker.
George, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is George Spies. I was in the meeting the other day, and I was really struck by the board's recognition of the challenges that BART and transit generally in the Bay Area faces in this historical moment, that, we're faced with this significant rider shortfall. Everyone recognizes that bringing people back into the transit system is critical. And everybody understands that funding is a challenge, right? Because ridership has fallen off, the justifications for significant additional spending are going to be very difficult. And so what's the magic formula for increasing ridership without a massive additional outlay? I mean, I'd love to say, hey, why don't you double service frequency, right? Because, that's not realistic right now, funding wise. So what can we do? We can make the system more attractive to use, right? That's the path that the transit agencies have before them to make the change that is needed to begin to draw people to transit, to begin to address excessive vehicle miles traveled, to rescue the systems in terms of their fiscal health, et cetera. It's going to take work. It's going to take organizational change, but it's not going to take a doubling of your budget, right? And I think that I want the board here, and I want the boards of the agencies across the Bay Area to embrace the opportunity to improve the service that you offer to your ridership. I'm a rider. I'm not a car user, right? I'm focused on doing the right thing by relying on transit. And I would really urge you to make the opportunities for people to join me in becoming consistent transit users by making the system better. So in looking at these business use cases, a strong network manager function is going to be critically important. And so please continue to examine carefully the other network manager options that provide a more robust opportunity and path for improving service without just having to struggle for the funding that is going to be very difficult to find. Do the organizational change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller.
Oh, hello again. Yeah, my name is Sprague. Hi there. Yeah, my name is Sprague Turplin. As a transit rider, BART rider, I do just want to, again, call on the board to do everything they can to integrate operations, make things as seamless as possible for the transit rider between agencies. The notion that these previous speakers have mentioned about a network manager, whatever it takes. I appreciate everything BART is doing, but hope they continue to be a leader in this, to really improve the experience, the integration of fares, the ability to transfer it between agencies, to make it as seamless as possible, to help reduce the balkanization between the different agencies, because it really doesn't matter to the transit rider. So I do, again, please encourage the BART board to do everything they can to be a leader in this regard. If a regional funding measure would help and have a good chance of passing, to support that as well, please. So that's just my call to seize the moment, to do whatever it takes to help reimagine an integrated, much better integrated transit system in the area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe that concludes public comment on this item. So I'll go to the board, starting with Director McPartlin.
Thank you. I really appreciate the amount of work that's gone into this, and I also want to end up taking recognition for the previous speakers for their, from the public being so fully engaged, and I really appreciate that. Starting off with this, it quite frankly, the whole idea of transit network management and the collaboration rather looked aspirational until we got to slide 11, and it had a rather pragmatic and specific plan for being able to do this integration and communications and effective planning. And I find this refreshing. In the past, we have struggled enormously over the last couple of decades from the standpoint of being able to identify what we're going to do with FAIR, how we're going to do it, and how close we're going to end up being with other transit agencies. And specifically, and I don't know whether it was one or two FAIR changes that we did, we specifically looked at trying to narrow the divide between the FAIR structure of public transportation in San Francisco, only to find out that that was 180 degrees out from what was happening in the East Bay. And then no more than 2 weeks after we put it into effect, then San Francisco ended up changing their fare structure, and it again widened the divide. So this looks like a solution to a problem that is in desperate need of being able to be fine-tuned. The proof is going to end up being in the flexibility of it or responsiveness of it in order to be able to make this stuff work. But the structure and at the top levels, it looks like it's very helpful, is going to end up being very helpful. The question that I end up having when this is a refinement from legislation that we had in 2015, how much of this is new in relationship, or what is the degree of refinement that we are adding to the previous structure that we had? Can anybody help me out with that?
Director Rayburn, this is Val Minotti, Chief Planning and Development Officer, and I see Amanda jumped on, but can you be more specific about the 2015 legislation?
That your voice was garbled. I wasn't able to make out what you said.
Can you be more specific about the 2015 legislation?
Well, this is it was stated that this was a refinement of the 2015 legislation. Is all of this that was presented today new, or is this a refinement on that? And if so, on what are you building on? What did you have then compared to what we're planning to do now?
Okay, so there were three pieces that I think Hannah spoke to. One of them I think you may be speaking to is MTC's resolution 3866. That was the 2015 date?
That was last updated in 2015.
Yeah, so that was an MTC piece of work that kind of laid out what MTC's role primarily around Clipper and how the operator should be coordinating and how MTC implements that.
That's on slide 13.
Okay, that's it. All right. I will end up saying primarily the two big advantages. I'll wrap up with one additional comment. The two biggest things that will be able to help us out in the near future that need more help than anything else is global fare integration. And the other one is on the ability to effectively respond collaboratively across the board with plans from an emergency management standpoint in relationship to pandemics, wildland fires, terrorist attacks, or earthquakes, because that will definitely end up needing to have that kind of instant and collaborative coordination as far as policies, rather than just individual MOUs. And I look forward to seeing how that works out and shakes out in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It looks like we have Director Rayburn, then Dufty, and then Lee, and then Ames, and we have 22 minutes left for the conversation. So if people can keep their comments relatively brief, that would be great. So Director Rayburn, go ahead. Are you frozen, Director Rayburn, or are you still here? Director Rayburn, I think you have a connection issue, so I'm going to actually go to Director Duffy and maybe you can reconnect.
As did President Salzman. Can you hear me?
I think you should try to reconnect, and I'm going to go to Director Duffy now and try to come back. Go ahead, Director Duffy. Let's see if Director Rayburn can get that figured out.
I felt like I was throwing a sharp elbow in Robert's direction. Like, okay, sorry for that. Don't stop loving me. I just wanted to say how wonderful it is to see this report. There is a lot of work that has gone into this. I have a lot of hope as a BART director because Bob Powers has done such a great job leading the Blue Ribbon task force. And I think that that model is going to be extremely important. And then I just want to thank the constancy of the advocates who have partnered, pushed, praised, and helped really set a goal for us in terms of really achieving a more seamless transportation system that gets more people to use BART. And so I think this is a real gift that you've helped to give us by prioritizing it. And I know my colleagues, President Salzman is very committed to this. And so I think this will be a year in which if we don't make progress, our president will take us to task. And with that, I will stop talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Duffy. Let's try to go back to Director Rayburn. See if we can
Thank
hear
you.
you now.
Can you hear me?
Much better.
Thank you very much. And I had the privilege of getting a preview of this presentation from Hannah at the AC Transit and BART Liaison Committee meeting, along with President Salzman and Director McPartland and 3 AC Transit board members. So some of the questions I've asked there, I will repeat them, particularly with regard to Senate Bill 917 and the deadline that at least is in the current version of the bill, which is implementation of the fare integration and wayfinding by July 1st of 2024. How are we set to meet that goal if that stays in? As well, I want to ask about the All Transit Pass. Would that All Transit Pass replace the USF Gator Pass or supplement it? I think this will be a key element toward moving forward. And finally, of course, with regard to the network management structure, I look forward to seeing a full review of all the options. As an advocate for a good part of my life, I fully recognize the difficulty of hopping from one agency to another to try to get answers. And I'm leaning more toward seeing somebody that is in control over all the agencies and can make decisions. Thank you. I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Would you like, it sounds like you'd like some responses to your questions, so I'll turn it over to staff, see who wants to respond.
Let me take start with the response, President Salzman, Bob Powers, BART General Manager. So Director Rayburn, just to, kind of close the loop on that so the rest of the board can hear, the discussion at the ILC meeting with the BART board members and the AC Transit members. So that Senate Bill 917 was released last Thursday. And it's a starting point. There's going to be many, many more discussions going on, both from the senator's office and his chief of staff and folks, whether it's MTC and the operators or the advocates. So there'll be a lot more discussions going on. It just came out last Thursday, so we're evaluating it. We're in discussions with the senator's office, and we will keep this BART board apprised of those discussions. I know MTC is tracking on it, and I've been in discussions with MTC about it. So that's all I can say on that, Director. And that's just kind of a recap of what the 3 BART directors and the 3 AC Transit directors talked about at the ILC meeting yesterday, a couple days back.
And does somebody have a response about the Gator Pass?
Sure, I can take that one. This is Mike Eisman. So the aim is to start the all agency institutional pass pilot, hopefully this calendar year. Will involve a small number of institutions. Certainly hope SF State is in that group. We have some work to do with our partners to move forward, figure out exactly what the short list is. And you can think of it, the pass, as an enhancement on the existing Gator pass, at least for some students, if we get that far with SF State. So that's the goal. We're working hard on it.
And can I just ask a follow-up question to that? What is the process if institutions want to request to be part of it? Like, for example, UC Berkeley, I know would love this because they've been talking to us on and off for many, many years.
Well, let's see. Institutions have been reaching out, some to myself and Bill Bacon of MTC, and we're all ears. We're working through options for how to structure the pilot, including the overall scale as it relates to risk management and the budget and those sorts of things. But the door's open for conversation.
Okay, great. Does that answer your questions, Director
Yes,
Rayburn?
it does. It gives me some optimism, and I look forward to a review of all the network management models by the BART board.
Great. Director Lee?
Yep. Thank you, President Salzman, and thank you, Val, Hannah, and Mike, so much for your work and ensuring BART is deeply engaged in the work of fair integration and the regional coordination work. I also, of course, want to thank all of our public commenters, especially engagement for advocates like Spur and Seamless Bay Area and moving this work forward. And I really appreciate the letter that you submitted. I just, I've been saying this all along, this work is critical. I'm strongly supportive of both the fair integration work and the regional coordination work. And I really appreciate how much BART has been a leader in that. And that, again, you have the blessings to continue doing that. BART board, we were the first transit board to pass a resolution in support of seamless principles. So that this board is telling you this is the work that we want you to continue doing. I spoke to this yesterday, but BART and Bay Area Transit has to show the public that we're not asking for more money in the future to just provide what we've historically provided, and that our service is serving riders we can't just tell, we're just gonna have the same service that we've always had in status quo, especially if you're going for future funding. So given that this work is critical for future funding measures and of course for the future Bay Area Transit, especially, I feel like a lot of times public sector and government agencies are told we are dinosaurs, especially when it comes to the world of Ubers and Lyfts and autonomous vehicles and, companies that look at mobility as a service, like these sorts of ways that we are integrating fares and coordinating better for the end user rider. This is the kind of work that we have to do if we are to be more innovative. So I have 3 specific asks and then a couple questions at the end. First, thank you, Director Rayburn, for bringing up SB 917. I'm really looking forward to, Amanda, I see you on screen here, you and the rest of our legislative staff to bring that back, hopefully for our support in the near future after some of the amendments shake out. Again, I would like to do that maybe a little bit earlier than we would normally, just to show our leadership on that. Second, I'm committed to working with you, President Salzman, and our staff to look at opportunities to do joint meetings with other transit boards where it's appropriate to have these conversations around coordination and governance. Notably, I think we all know Caltrain is moving forward with their governance conversations about their 3-party system. I know there's a lot of other talk about, more broader governance changes. I think so that our boards are working together and we have open conversations about that, I'd like to see some sort of joint board meetings, and also would give a venue for the public to weigh in. That doesn't have to be like, go to the MTC meeting and go to this workshop and go to the Caltrain JPB and go to BART board. That's just too much. And then my third ask is, in future presentations, I would really ask staff to show proposals beyond just the operator's refined proposal. I read the Spur and Seamless letter. I heard, everyone's comments. I share some of the concerns that were raised, especially with respect to slides 9 to 11 and what's being called this operator's refined proposal. So a few questions. There are other options being studied, right, as part of the business case. When will all those options be studied?
April.
Got it. And I have two more questions, so I'll just say both of them. How is this proposal any different from the status quo? Because it just seems like a slightly fancier version of the Clipper exec board. And then my other question is this question about accountability to our riders that I know Seamless and Spur have brought up. You know, these fair integration, regional coordination, at the end of the day, it's really about the end users. And so it's critical that riders have a venue to be able to weigh in, a venue to participate. And that doesn't seem clear in the operator's refined proposal. So if you can answer those two questions, and that's all I've got.
Hi, Val Minotti, Chief Planning and Development Officer. I'll take a start and then maybe hand it over to Hannah. So I would just note that MTC is still in the process of bringing on their consultant. They're just starting the study. And this should last about 8 or 9 months. It builds off of, as Hannah mentioned, the task force work that concluded in the August-September timeframe of last year. You may recall January of 2021, we had a similar framework on the operator proposal we brought there. So, the intent today was to show the board what the MTC process was and remind them that we had this kind of straw man from the operators as one of the alternatives. I think the operators are committed to a network management structure to improve service to the public. And we're respecting the MTC process. So, but we just, in terms of transparency, we wanted to put what we had showed the board last year to make sure, everyone's aware that is out there. And then MTC and their consultant team will be developing their alternatives. I think General Manager Powers mentioned April. They'll have some more definition, but our understanding is they're not going to have any type of analysis until we get towards the summer, so maybe in the July timeframe. And we would bring that back to the board when it is available. It's currently not available. Hannah, did you want to try the...
Oh, well, so the intention would be, and the details of how it rolls out are still being worked through, but the intention would be that this would be a focused forum for those comments and discussion on regional transit so that advocacy groups and other perspectives could become and heard and worked through at this one forum. So recognizing that the actual process for implementation could involve multiple boards, that obviously is a challenge. But the idea would be that the concerns could be heard at the executive board level, and that those could then be, through staff work and engagement with individual boards, worked through the process.
So my understanding is that that forum is like operators and their staff and not like the policymakers or the actual boards and commission members. And I remember when you presented this back in January 2021, I think I gave you the same exact feedback of like, where do the boards and commissions fit into this? I know that we are difficult humans and there's 27 different boards and commissions, but just take this as a comment, no need to reply with the answer because I know that this is all information, but there needs to be a way that you engage boards and commissions. And I think those need to also be public venues for people to be able to engage as well. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Director Lee. And just one follow-up to your first request. I have asked staff to bring back a position on SB 917, and I think they're planning to do that at our March 24th, I believe, meeting, the evening meeting. I'm requesting to look at support if amended. Happy to talk to less than a quorum of the board offline, or you can also just talk to Amanda and Rod and give your thoughts on what you want the position to be. But obviously, whatever the board votes, that'll be our position, but it'll be coming to us soon. So Director Ames and then Director Foley.
President Saltzman, sorry, I didn't want to speak to that last topic. I just wanted to confirm with Director Lee that, that we agree with her comment, and the intent is that, on policy related items, we would bring that back to each respective board, including the BART board, at least under that proposal.
Okay, Director Ames. She looks frozen. So Director Foley, and then we'll come back to Anne.
So I guess,
Oh, there
we
she is.
can you hear me?
You're very quiet. Can you try again?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Huh, okay.
Go ahead.
So how many business case alternatives are we exploring that are going to roll out? I guess we're going to see this in the summer.
Right now, Director Ames, Bob Powers, Bart General Manager, it looks like it's between 3 and 4.
And okay, so are we going to look at, I guess, organizational change? I'm hearing, this is what, the public commenters had mentioned. I heard, the word merger in another comment. So to me, I think what people are saying is they want this efficient system. We've got a lot of transit agencies and they want to think big. So are we going to have some big organizational change business case alternatives?
Director Ames, just to be clear, this is an MTC-led study. There will be 3 to 4 alternatives, and yes, they will be looking at some organizational changes as part of one of the alternatives in the business case. Yes.
Okay, this is really, a chance of a lifetime for us because we know that transit's in trouble across the country. They all have structural deficits, operational and capital deficits. We didn't get to the capital deficits, structural deficits that we have over the next 10 years for BART, but every transit agency, I believe, has this same situation. So this is perfect timing for us. And so I also wanted to get into this regional rail partnership. Is that Link 21 or what is that? Can you clarify what that means?
Director Val Minotti, Chief Planning and Development Officer. It's a little confusing because there's so many different activities going on. So MTC, as Hannah mentioned, has a regional rail partnership study going on. And then we, BART, with Capital Corridor, have a Link 21. And it's a lot of the same players are kind of playing or, participating in both efforts. But I would say they're kind of distinct efforts.
Okay. I guess my concern when I see regional rail partnership is, again, nobody talks about goods movement and freight. And, just for example, the Oakland port had a record of containers going out or coming in, importing into Oakland. It was over 600,000 containers, 20-foot long containers. And most of those, 99% of those containers are trucked out and they're using our interstate system, which to me is also a transportation conundrum because we want to get those containers on a freight system, which is rail. It's like 3 times more efficient than trucking. And I know there's rail studies out there for freight, putting in a rail port at Lathrop, that's Union Pacific owned, and a rail port in Manteca, because goods movement is moving to the Central Valley. The Central Valley is expanding by 35% population in the next 2 years.
So Director Ames, just because we are in a time crunch, can we stick to transit? Freight is very important. Goods movement is important, but that's not the issue at hand.
Okay, so my issue is this is not coordinated and goods movement is part of transportation and we use the private rail system. I just want to get this out there. We use a private rail system for Capital Corridor, and it's going to happen for Link 21. And so if we don't talk about freight, that partnership won't happen. We need to look at both systems. They both impact our highways and our rail system. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to briefly say a couple of things. First, thanks to our public commenters for your recommendations and your thoughtful feedback. And to Val, Hannah, and Mike, thank you for the update. I continue to support staff's approach to coordinating around some sort of regional management program, with issues such as access, convenience, and cost. But I want us to be careful not to add another layer of government bureaucracy. This should help make the process easier for the rider and improve the experience. I don't want to add another agency in that causes more headaches. 2 questions. Will the all transit pass include a flat fee structure such as a day pass, work week pass, or weekend pass where you can do X number of rides for X number of dollars? Has there been any dialogue around that?
Director Foley, Mike Eisenman here. So the regional fare integration study evaluated a broad range of possible policy changes, including the ones you just described. We have a handful of specific initiatives coming out of that. The all agency institutional pass pilot specifically aims to set up a framework where students or employees from a particular institution can ride transit for free with no fees. So that's specifically what we're working on right now, it's a type of approach to institutional pricing that's been very successful in this region and other regions as well. There's other possibilities as we move forward, and possibilities for individual passes available to the general public that would work on all agencies is something we're going to return our attention to based on the findings of the institutional pass pilot. Does that answer your question, Director?
It does, but I would still like to see us look at the option of sort of a pass structure. I think that if someone knows they can pay $8 a day to ride anything, any length of time for a day, a week, a weekend, I think that encourages ridership where we might not be encouraging right now. So just food for thought. And the last item is there been any discussion around how the regional transit coordination intersects with transit-oriented development and schedule integration? I know that there was $61 million earmarked for transit priority, which seems to really be around bus service. When Bart builds housing and removes parking, we need to replace it with additional access to the station. Has there been dialogue about how that could help, sort of augment or fill in the blanks, if you will, when parking's removed during transit-oriented development?
On schedule integration, yes. I would say, though, at least through the MTC studies, these are still very high level, but I would, separately, as we're advancing transit-oriented development projects, we're in active conversations with the bus operators about how to improve service. And then layered on top of that, the fare integration piece, especially on the transfer piece, would be a big help as that moves forward into its pilot phase with Clipper 2.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Director Allen?
Thank you. I'm excited to see the transformational work, or the planning and studying that is going on here. I think it's very badly needed in the Bay Area, and very supportive of that. But I think I'd like to kind of follow up on something that Director Ames started to mention, and that is Bart's own organizational transformation. And from my view, what I'm seeing that MTC and the partners that are all exploring this transformational change on the regional level is definitely going to impact Bart in its own organizational level. And I was mentioning something to this effect yesterday with, overhauling, I believe is the word I used yesterday, overhauling the way we operate. And I cannot see a path for what MTC is doing to be successful without Bart also making those organizational and transformational changes in the way it operates. So I've proposed some of these things on a smaller scale at Bart internally with respect to some of our organizational processes. And I think we really should be thinking on a similar path with MTC as they go through this process we should be starting to move into a process of looking at our own organizational structure and operational effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other directors with hands up, so I'll speak. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you for all the work you have done. It's great to see Bart be leaders in this process to make transit more seamless. I agree with a lot of the public commenters and several of the directors who have expressed that we want to look at all of the network management options. And I think it's important to look at all of them. And I'm glad you'll be bringing it back before any decisions are made so we can, make our opinions made on what makes the most sense moving forward. And I guess we'll see what the study produces. I won't get into a lot of the other issues that other directors already have. I think there have been some great comments, though. The one thing I wanted to uplift, because we haven't talked about it yet today, and we did talk about it in the Bart AC Transit meeting the other day, is this idea that this process moving forward could have an opportunity to maybe get a transit seat on the MTC. And I say maybe because we've been working on this for a long time. We even got a federal rule change mandating it, but then MTC and other MPOs got that rule changed. So I hope we can make it happen. And I just want you to call on the board and advocates to help make that happen as the opportunity might arise, because I continue to think it's a very important thing. So those are my comments. Do you have any other concluding comments, anyone on staff, before we move to a break? Okay, so we will take a 10-minute break and we will reconvene at 10:05. And I really do want to start right on time because we have a couple more big presentations coming. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It is 5 after, so we'll get started, and I will turn it over to the staff team for the transit-oriented development update.
Yeah, so the next item in front of the board for the workshop, President Salzman, is a update on the direction our TOD program is headed here. And I'll turn this over to our TOD team. Kim?
Good morning, directors. I'm Kimberly Kumpel, the acting TOD group manager. And today we're going to be giving an overview of Bart's TOD program, as well as provide an update on the work we've been doing under AB 2923 with its upcoming milestone. Can we skip to the next slide, please? Thank you. Then we'll be wrapping up the presentation with talking about how TOD integrates with the key workshop themes that the board heard about yesterday. Fiscal Outlook, customer experience, and equity. Next slide, please. As we look ahead to what is coming up this year, we're excited to share that 2 of our projects are going to be wrapping up construction and begin to occupy in 2022. Together, this will mean over 750 homes will be coming online directly adjacent to transit, and 100 of those will be affordable. Even with all of the challenges that the pandemic brought, these 2 projects were able to keep their construction going. Millbrae is notable in that all 4 phases, including the veterans affordable housing, the hotel, and the office, will all be opening this year. In addition, we've been very involved in community outreach and preparing to release 2 RFQs for the Ashby and North Berkeley station. In addition to the TOD projects, this year we're also going to be working on 3 other initiatives, AB 2923, which we'll cover in more detail in this presentation, working with local jurisdictions as they update their state-required housing elements, and we're also going to start working on our TOD jobs attraction strategy for the stations along the A line, Oakland to Fremont, for which we received an FTA TOD planning grant. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the, in addition to the projects that I just covered, the 10 active TOD projects that we're working on that are shown in green, that are in various stages in our process, from early planning to being under construction. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a chart of how our program is tracking towards the interim performance targets that the board adopted in 2025 or for 2025. The box on the right on the slide is our overall goals for 2040 for both homes, affordable homes, and commercial square footage. But these 2025 interim performance targets were adopted to make sure we're tracking towards those. So the way the chart is laid out, the dark blue on the bottom are our existing portfolio, the bright blue are the ones that are under construction, and then the light blue are the 10 projects that I just covered that are in our various stages of the process. So in order to make these performance targets, it's really going to depend on market forces and available financing. And I did want to point out that it may look like we're going above and beyond on the commercial, but that does really include some of our larger projects such as North Concord, Lake Merritt, and West Oakland, and the commercial components to those projects will probably be further out. Next slide, please. Oh, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kamala, who's going to highlight the work that we've been doing under AB 2923.
Thank you, Kim. So just as a reminder, AB 2923 is a 2018 law requiring TOD zoning standards on eligible BART land. This timeline that BART has been, it shows that BART has been busy and collaborative in the past 2.5 years since the law's passage. We started building with input from the board at the 2019 workshop, 3 years ago at this point, and we've engaged frequently with stakeholders and produced numerous documents to help BART and local jurisdictions meet state-mandated deadlines. For the 2020 state-mandated deadline, BART identified all parcels subject to AB 2923 and worked collaboratively with our city and county partners to produce relevant materials like the technical guide, interactive map, and TOD work plan. We are now heading into the last major state mandated deadline of July 1st, 2022. Next slide, please. BART is required to make findings of TOD zoning conformance in advance of July 1st, which requires us to know what the cities and counties have zoned already or plan to have zoned by the state. In addition to the technical guide, interactive map, and TOD work plan, we developed a conformance workbook that they used for their preliminary reports in order to minimize local agency staff efforts and ensure a collaborative process. In fall 2021, we met individually with all 18 jurisdictions where AB 2923 applies and provided clarity about their reporting and to be transparent about the process. It was also an opportunity for BART and local agency staff to discuss other related topics, such as their housing element. Cities and counties submitted their preliminary conformance reports on December 17th. BART staff reviewed, provided comments, and sent back to the local agencies on February 1st. Cities and counties will submit their final conformance reports March 4th, and then the BART board will make findings of local TOD conformance on May 26th. On July 1st, AB 2923 becomes the local standards for those that don't conform. Next slide, please. So what is affected on July 1st? AB 2923 applies to 4 elements, and within those there are 11 standards that are listed on the right. So you can see there's 1 standard for land use, 3 for zoning, 6 for car parking, and 1 for bike parking. Next slide, please. There are a total of 154 parcels in the 18 jurisdictions affected by AB 2923. The key here is that AB 2923 does not come in wholesale and change all of the local standards. Instead, it is surgically applied to those standards that don't conform. For example, looking at residential density on the chart, about 53% of parcels meet or exceed the baseline zoning of 75 homes per acre, as shown in green. In those cases, local standards remain intact. For the remaining 47% of parcels, shown in purple, AB 2923 will become the standard for residential density. In some cases, AB 2923 may be just interim standards for some cities and counties, as they could choose to rezone after July 1st, 2022 in order to encourage development. More details will be presented to the board in May when we return with recommendations for findings. As Kim will describe next, we used the AB 2923 meetings last year to touch base with cities and counties about their future plans that may need BART's coordination. Next slide.
Thanks, Kamala. So as Kamala just explained, we're going to be building off all of the coordination that we started through AB 2923 and working with local jurisdictions as they're responding to the state law requiring that they update their housing elements to meet their regional housing needs assessment numbers. This year, the cities have to identify the land that is suitable and available for housing, and some will want to include BART land. We will be using the TOD work plan, which is grounded in the board-adopted AB 2923 development principles to guide our coordination with the jurisdictions on this topic. Next slide, please. So now we're going to be turning to TOD and how our work intersects with the major board workshop themes. According to our most recent TOD resident survey that we conducted in 2019, TOD residents own less cars, and they take BART more often for both their commute trips and their non-commute trips than those that live further away. As Dave mentioned yesterday in his presentation, BART's recent survey data also shows that riders who keep riding during the pandemic tend to own less cars, and when they're riding on the weekends, their number one reasons for doing so are lack of car ownership and the fact that if they find BART more convenient. So what's going to be more convenient than having TOD next to the stations where people can live and work within an easy walk to the station? The next way that TOD relates to our fiscal outlook is through ground lease revenue. And Millbrae TOD is a good example of how we were able to leverage the existing parking garage, and so did not have to put any of our lease revenue towards replacement parking, and all of that will be going to support our operating budget. And thirdly, TOD as a program helps us leverage some of the grant opportunities that are out there that are focusing on the connection between putting housing next to transit. And through our own developers and development partners that are developing near our stations, we've been able to take advantage of the ASIC grant, which, as you all know, we just recently got a total of $36 million from. But also learning from the Millbrae example, we're also proactively going after grants where we can do some infrastructure supportive projects for TOD so that future lease revenues can go towards the operating budget. Next slide, please. So although we often refer to units and square footage when we're talking about TOD, it's ultimately about people. TOD literally transforms our station areas from being auto-centric to being people-centric, which is really exemplified on this slide with the before and after pictures at the Fruitvale station. Our TOD projects include investment in public open spaces and walkability and access infrastructure that generally makes it easier to access our stations without driving. Next slide, please. As several directors mentioned yesterday, Bart's TOD program is an example of how Bart can realize its commitment to equity. Yesterday, Maceo Wiggins introduced the concept of the 4 pillars of equity: organization, workforce, business, and community. TOD is an example of our work with the community. The first element of how our TOD program can consider equity is through our affordable housing goals and policies. In the near term, our work plan is prioritizing sites which will not only provide an extensive amount of housing, which is badly needed, but also high levels of affordable housing. El Cerrito Plaza, which we currently have development partners for, and our 2 upcoming RFQs are expected to deliver around 2,500 residential units, with 40% of them being affordable. The second way that we are engaging with our community and being true to our equity goals is by having deep and meaningful conversations with the communities when we're coming in to do TOD projects. The board adopted AB 2923 development principles in 2020, and one of them directly outlined Bart's commitment to have these engagements when we're delivering TOD projects, especially low-income communities and communities of color. When Bart partners with developers on new projects, it provides us an opportunity to connect with the surrounding community and have in-depth conversations about how the new project can bring value to their community and not detract from it. In some of the communities we're involved in, the community wants the TOD project to actually be a way to help knit the community back together after experiencing negative impacts from past transportation projects. And they want the design of open space to focus on being places where people can gather. We've also heard in our recent projects that there's a real desire to have these projects reflect the local community character and history, as well as ensuring that the projects are affordable and accessible to those who live and work in the neighborhood now. Next slide, please. So this slide covers some specific examples of our work with TOD. And in West Oakland and Lake Merritt, we have partnered with development teams that have very deep local knowledge of the communities that they're working in. The communities have been clear that they want these projects to celebrate the culture and the history of the areas, and both projects will include the open spaces that reflect their communities through design, art, and programming. For example, at West Oakland, the developer will be responsible for activating the new plaza, and they are intending to have markets that will include local makers and local music events. In addition to providing affordable housing, both projects intend to offer some commercial space at below market rate rents. At Lake Merritt, the development will be including daycare and a community kitchen, as well as space for nonprofits. We have been working with the Berkeley community over the last 18 months, and the community has already put forth their vision that the new TOD project at Ashby Station should address resident displacement that's been occurring in South Berkeley, as well as reinforce the area's historic role as a hub for African American culture. Next slide, please. So although this was just a brief update of the work we've been doing, we will be coming back to the board throughout 2022, and this slide highlights just some of the times that we'll be coming. In spring, as Kamala already mentioned, we'll be coming back with AB 2923 zoning conformance findings. In the summer, you can expect to be seeing an update on the Lake Merritt TOD, as well as some of the documents that we're preparing with the City of Berkeley in preparation for the RFQs. In the fall, we'll be celebrating the opening of our 2 TOD projects at Walnut Creek and Millbrae. And in winter, we're expecting to be bringing an update on the El Cerrito Plaza TOD, as well as hopefully the developer approvals for Ashby and North Berkeley stations. With that, at the end of the presentation, we can turn it over to the
We'll turn it back over to you, President Saltzman.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation, and we'll go to public comment first.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I can't speak as an expert on TOD. Hope I don't embarrass myself around those who are. But I speak to you as simply a user of transportation, and like everyone else, I would hope, I start my day waking up in a place of some kind. And I have found that for me as a person of modest means, that the housing and also the hotels, not just hotels geared for short stays, but hotels geared for longer stays, the more affordable hotels, I call them, tend to be less transit accessible. They generally have large parking lots and are located near bus lines, but those bus lines may not run very often. And the bus lines often require transfers to other bus lines or to trains to get to the heart of the city. And so it can make affordable living and vacationing more difficult. So I am encouraged about the idea of this residence inn being located near a station. I'm not real familiar with them, but I believe they are geared for both short and long-term stays. And time is of the essence for people to have affordable vacations. The time taken to go from an affordable hotel to the heart of the city can eat up a lot of the day. I've done it quite a bit. And so much more for those who are trying to get to work in the job centers where it is difficult with transfers and infrequent bus service to get to the mainline railroad. And this is not just Bay Area specific, but I see it in a lot of other places. It's easy you can get a hotel room in Times Square in New York City, and you're near a lot of subway lines and bus lines, but it's probably one of the most expensive places to stay in New York City. So my experience of TOD is from a user standpoint, because I believe that BART should not be about those who can afford to live in expensive places, but it is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to the next speaker. And if anybody else would like to speak, please raise your hand.
John, please go ahead.
Thank you. Again, John Spangler, resident of Alameda, speaking for myself this morning and not for the BART Bike Advisory Task Force. TOD is one of the things that represents one of the hallmarks of BART's evolution since its inception and early planning days, which go back to the 1940s and 50s. And I welcome that opportunity. We have reviewed some TODs in the Bart Bike Advisory Task Force. I want to commend Bart for the equity improvements that recommends. When those of us who are advocates were working on getting bikes on Bart in 2012 and 13, our research showed that there are two classes of bicyclists using Bart. One is professional income level riders who ride by choice, and they can afford expensive bikes. And bike parking, they could afford to drive very easily, and they have their choice of cars. The other half of the cyclists who use Bart are people who are of low income, limited means, they can't afford to buy a car, and they depend on Bart. And the equity angle of TOD, as mentioned in the presentation in the previous comment, is critical. And I'm glad to see that happening. I hope that improving station access, especially on the core stations where a lot of the TOD is going on, will be paid for so that there is improved vertical access through bigger elevators, more elevators, bike access to the escalators, bike stair channels integrated into all the stations, and a much better vertical access overall. And I want to put in a request to the staff, let us help you with the grant applications in the future to help let us weigh in, give us a chance early on to be able to write letters and approve them. We only meet every other month, but we would be happy to write letters to support grants like the AHSC grant for $36 million. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think that's the last request for public comment on this item. So I'll now go to the board. And first I'll go to Director Robert TOD Rayburn.
Thank you very much. You wear the same hat, Chair Salzman. Well, with 10 projects on the way and another 5 in the near-term wings, we're really well poised to help the Bay Area solve the housing crisis, particularly a crisis regarding the affordability, as we're one of the leaders with a 35% affordability requirement system-wide on our TOD goals. I really appreciate this presentation, and I look forward to reviewing the AB 2923 compliance before July 1st. I note that there's another element that's in the wings as well, and that's something called a fact sheet, a station fact sheet. And so I would like to hear a little bit about that. I'm really buoyed when I see the presentation that includes TOD and Fiscal Outlook, as well as TOD and equity. And with regard to the Fiscal Outlook, the AHSC grants came through for 6 of our stations. One of the TOD projects, a very substantial one in Richmond, the Metro Walk, 150 units, did not receive funding, and I would like to understand how that project will progress with or without funding, what the plans are. As well, I would like to put on the table a couple of ideas for revenue enhancement. One is that with regard to the users, everybody needs goods and services, and you're not going to find those things at a BART station today. I would like to explore a retail strategy that's system-wide, where we could lease out space. There are new models of retailing that are very exciting, so-called nano stores that are popping up throughout the world. let's take a look at those. Any way that we can not only achieve revenue, but also activate the station area and like Grand Central Terminal, Alita, and as well be able to serve our passengers. Those are all good things. Also, I would like to suggest that we explore or track on what San Diego County is exploring with regard to a vehicle miles traveled fee that would be placed on new developments that are on the periphery. This could potentially help fund development in the core areas and at transit-oriented developments, while discouraging the kinds of developments that are bankrupting our cities and counties today. So please address some of the questions I've asked, and I'll sit and listen. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Rayburn, Director Rayburn. You are a doctor too, right? PhD. Yeah, station fact sheets, that's one of the things that's actually in the appendix of our technical guide now that shows what the current zoning is. And those will be the basis for showing the jurisdictions and the BART board what is on each parcel of land that's AB 2923. And so there has been requests when we were talking with our local agencies to update those fact sheets so that they have a single source they can go to about what applies from AB 2923. And to address your question about the Richmond AHSC application, we are following up with the state to better understand what happened with that project. That is one that is on BART land, and it is something we will definitely be supporting in the next round. So we definitely want to make sure that we are competitive as we go forward.
Is the project stalled in the meantime?
No, the development has a lot more work that they have to do. We're right now amending and restating our DDA with the city of Richmond. So we have quite a few other to-do items on our list for that one. So it gives us an opportunity to revisit the project and maybe revisit some of the scope of work to see if we can beef up the greenhouse gas score and get it to a point of better competitiveness. So no, I don't think it's stalled. There's plenty of work ahead of us.
Let's put some oomph behind it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Ames.
Thank you. I'd like to get an update on the, what was it? The jobs attractions strategy. Do we have an update on what the outcome might be on that?
I don't have an update on the outcome yet, but I can tell you where we are in the process. So we are in the midst of getting a consultant on board, and we've had our first technical advisory committee meeting with the cities along the A line and reshape the scope. And we're hoping to get started in earnest with our work in probably the next month and a half. And then hopefully we'll be able to bring you an update in the fall, early winter. And it's going to be a pretty short study. We hope to be finalized in a year.
Okay. Yeah, so for my district, you know, we've got a lot of housing. Like I would say Warm Springs, they've got 4,000 homes. It's a food desert. And there's a Tesla plant there, which provides jobs, but it does need to have this village concept where, as Director Rayburn had pointed out, you know, we need to have these services. May not be BART, but it could be surrounding BART, because you want to be able to live, work, play, shop. And so if you've got too much housing, it's an imbalance, and people are, you know, already super commuting to work. And I'm hopeful that we're going to have this renaissance now. We're going to have an actual village of, you know, having possibly a hotel close to Bart, I do see, even I talked to a contractor in Warm Springs. He actually flies into Oakland. He lives in Boise, Idaho. He flies in and he lives in a hotel close to the Warm Springs station, and he lives there for 4 days and then goes back home. And nurses do this. They work out as they come in to Washington Hospital, and they live in hotels, and then they fly back home. I don't know what the schedules are. They're all over the place. But I'm just saying there's a lot of needs to create this village concept, from hotels to stores to restaurants, and grocery stores included. So, and I often hear complaints about the transit-oriented development that doesn't consider vehicle miles traveled. So thank you, Director Rayburn, for bringing this up, because a lot of folks don't have these services where they live, and they'll drive to the dentist, they'll drive to their school and drop their kids off. And I see a lot of affordable housing complexes by my house here in Union City. They have a bus stop. I never see people at the bus stop. And I've talked to folks, and they say they have multiple jobs and multiple tasks to complete, and they do that via car. So there's a lot of work on TOD. It's not just affordable housing, it's a lot of mixed uses, and I'm hopeful that we'll get a true village, and I think we're on the right track. I believe it would be good to see if we could measure vehicle miles traveled with these developments. It's kind of a metric to show we've got a balance as much as possible with all the services in the TOD. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Yeah, I'll keep my comments brief. This is just amazing, amazing progress. Val and Abby, your TOD team. I mean, if you told me this is what the TOD program at Bart was going to look like 3 years after AB 2923, I would have been like, yeah, okay, cool. Like, we're all just dreaming here, but this really has been such an engaging process. The local jurisdiction level, there's some really exciting projects in the pipeline, and so excited by what's happening at Millbrae. I just had a couple questions really about the funding. I know you talked a lot about AHSC. That is a program run by HCD, and I know that there in recent budgets was a creation of the California Housing Accelerator Fund. There's tons of state funding that is currently being poured into affordable housing development specifically. Beyond just AHSC, what does the sort of funding outlook look like? Where, can you give a little bit more details to those conversations? And then certainly if there's any information at the federal level, I had the amazing opportunity to meet with Senator Alex Padilla in DC when I was there in December. And I know that's something that he was really pushing for as part of one of the, I think it was the infrastructure bill, but was the new Reconnecting Communities pilot program. So I know in the federal funding bills, there are these new pilot program opportunities. Can you just talk about the funding landscape both at the state and federal level?
Sure, Director Lee. This is Abby Thorne-Lyman, Director of Real Estate and Property Development. So we are very proactive in looking at all of the different funding opportunities, and especially, I would say, taking where we've kind of sat in the back seat historically with our developers as they try to secure their affordable housing subsidies, which, of course, largely go to them, not through Bart. We are really now in the passenger seat with them. We're supporting them on applications. We're doing everything we can to understand that and work with them. And our team works very closely with Amanda's team in the legislative side of the House. We meet with the Assembly members. We're tracking on what's going on at the federal level. So we're still trying to understand how that funding at the federal level, and of course, there's far, far more housing funding in the not yet passed Build Back Better plan than there was in the infrastructure bill. So just to be clear, that's where largely the affordable housing funding was sitting at the federal level. But at the state level, we actually have regular conversations with HCD. We have a monthly meeting with our fellow California transit agencies that do our kind of work so that we can be more effective at the state level on funding. So we're doing what we can, and we are, in fact, this round for the TIRCP grant, we are trying to pursue funding to support the infrastructure associated with building housing in an operating transit environment, which is, as you know, very complicated. So we will definitely, continue our work and continue to make sure we are on the, on the front edge of understanding what's going on. This money is flowing through the state and federal budgets.
Yeah, thanks so much for that, Abby. And we'll know that, we had President Salzman, you and I had a really great meeting with some member Ting back in December. I think it's those kind of meetings and just reminding both state legislators and HCD that BART is real in the housing game and that we are really ready to participate in whatever, funding programs are available. And that, this at the end of the day really is new, hopefully, revenue sources to help our budget out. So anyway, thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. Any other directors wish to speak on this item? Okay, I just wanted to follow up. First, thank you for the presentation. It was fantastic. I wanted to follow up on Director Rayburn's thoughts about station retail. And I know this is separate from the TOD program, but we haven't gotten an update in, I think, many years on the station retail plan. So can you either just let us know some short thing right now or tell us when that's going to come back to the board?
President Salzman, we'll get it on the projections for a board meeting. I'm thinking sometime probably the April, May timeframe, but there's a lot going in the next meeting in February, and the 2 March meetings are pretty packed right now. So why don't we think about March, kind of April, May timeframe, and we'll give you an update there on what we're thinking.
Okay, and you think by then you'll have something substantive? I know for many reasons it was put on the back burner.
It was, and we're juggling a lot of stuff we have going right now. So we'll do our best. We haven't let you down yet. So we'll come with some thoughts and at least some direction, some framework there.
Yeah, and I think even just getting a sense of the board and providing us with the pluses and minuses so we can help you decide, does it make sense to move forward with this now, or do we need to keep it on the back burner? I mean, I think that can be part of the conversation, but just so
it certainly will be.
What's being considered. Great. And then, everything you presented on is really exciting. I completely agree with Vice President Lee. It's just amazing that you've gotten so far in the short time since AB 2923 has passed. And even more so, it's amazing that our phones aren't ringing off the hook and we're not getting tons of emails from cities that are frustrated with the process. I think you guys have just done an excellent job. I know not all the cities were fans of the bill, but I think the way that you've worked with the cities on implementing it, I think the cities are happy with that. And that's really a testament to all the hard work you've put in and how you've treated them as partners. So I want to continue to do that. Looking beyond what you've presented today and what you've shown on the 2022 outlook for the board, we've been talking now about El Cerrito Plaza and the 2 Berkeley stations for quite some time. Can you talk to us a little bit about what's next in the next few years? And if you don't have that today, can you let us know when you might come back to the board talking about the next 5 years, the next 10 years, what the plan is what you had put forward a couple of years ago in the 10-year plan? Has that changed at all? That would be really helpful to know looking forward.
Yeah, thanks, President Salzman. Again, Abby Thorne-Lyman, Director of Real Estate and Property Development. So next on the list in our 5-year work plan, we have Rockridge. So we are gearing up to have what we are anticipating will be a town hall, perhaps hosted by you and Councilmember Cobb. We'll see. I know we've had some conversations about that. To begin community engagement in Rockridge, we have about 1.5 acres of land there that's kind of on the edges of the freeway for those who are not familiar or saying, what does Bart have in Rockridge? And the next 2 stations on our list are Hayward and Warm Springs, South Fremont. So this is Kim's work on the jobs attraction strategy is really helping to tee those up, because those are sites where we would anticipate a much more job generating development
perhaps mixed use, but that we'd really like to see sort of a much more of a mixed use approach there. Not much has changed with regards to our list, but as Kim was mentioning around the housing elements, what we're finding is the dialogue with local jurisdictions is changing because of those conversations. So we're just making it clear to them, within the TOD work plan, we used a set of 3 criteria that were local support, market and financial readiness, and implementation, and infrastructure needs, which frankly, a lot of our stations are going to have a challenge when it comes to parking and access. So we will be, the intent was always to revisit that work plan. So as we see conditions substantially change, we will. But at the moment, we're standing pretty firm on where our work plan is and with those stations.
Great, thank you. So I think that concludes this item, and we can move on to talking about the 50th anniversary. And we can also directly modeling the 50th anniversary shirt.
I saw that this morning on the shirts. Well done, Director Lee. I love it. So we are turning this over to Rod Lee, and so I'm sure there'll be some input from other folks on this deck, Alicia and others. So Rod.
Thank you, General Manager. This year, 2022, is a very significant milestone in our agency's history. It's our golden anniversary, 50 years of being wedded to the Bay Area. Passenger revenue service began on September 11th, 1972, between Fremont and Oakland, which included just 28 miles of tracks and 12 stations, compared to now when we have 131 miles of tracks and 50 stations. We are very excited about the major milestone and certainly are planning to celebrate. So Alicia Trost, our Chief Communications Officer, and I want to talk to you today about some of our ideas and get your feedback. Staff from the Office of External Affairs and our Art Program Manager have already begun celebration planning. And as you can see on this opening slide at the bottom right corner, we have designed a 50th anniversary logo that you will see throughout this year's celebration. And as our General Manager pointed out, our Vice President of our board is currently modeling a design of one of our t-shirts that highlights our 50 years of service. And it looks great on you, Vice President. It will be in our Bart store and online with other 50th anniversary merchandise for everyone to purchase in the near future. Next slide, please. So with 50 years of serving the Bay Area, we are certainly planning to celebrate. However, it will be with the focus of welcoming our riders back and increasing our ridership. Additionally, while in the process of celebrating with our internal and external stakeholders, we plan to educate them on the significant importance of our system to the Bay Area, historically, now, and into the future. Next slide, please. Since 1972, there have been over 3.5 billion trips taken on BART. That's billion with a B. That many trips have taken an incredible amount of work from our past and present fellow employees and contractors. And we're talking about approximately 70,000 of them since 1972. Collectively, their hard work and ongoing commitment have kept the system running safely and reliably, and we plan to celebrate them for their extraordinary efforts throughout the years. And with 3.5 billion trips, that's a lot of riders throughout our history. That first week of revenue service in 1972, we carried about 100,000 passengers in total. 50 years later, even with the significant impact of COVID on our ridership, we are carrying that same number of riders now per day instead of per week. As we continue to welcome our riders back, we will celebrate them this year and demonstrate our appreciation for them. Next slide, please. From the California State Legislature approving the creation of the BART District, to President Lyndon B. Johnson presiding over construction of the Concord Station, to President Richard Nixon riding on Bart in September of 1972, to today with Speaker Nancy Pelosi being a stalwart champion for billions of dollars of funding for Bart. There have been a lot of elected officials from the federal to the local level who have helped Bart and have kept the Bay Area moving throughout the years, and we plan to celebrate with them. Additionally, the funding for BART has come from numerous funding partners, such as the Federal Transit Administration, the California State Transportation Agency, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and the County Transportation Authorities. We plan to celebrate with all of them as well. And community-based organizations and advocacy groups have been critical to our success over the decades. Our engagement with them has provided us with invaluable input on how to improve our projects and service throughout the years. They have provided us with much-needed perspectives and insight from very diverse stakeholders in the communities we serve. They will certainly be included in our celebration activities as well. And finally, we would not have had 3.5 billion trips over the last 50 years without the support from and coordination with our sister transit agencies throughout the Bay Area. Their first mile, last mile connectivity and their collaboration have been instrumental from 1972. Coordination with them has only grown to be more important and more significant today. They will also be included in our celebration. Now I will pass it to Alicia, and she will talk about some of our initial celebration ideas.
Hi, everyone. It's Alicia Trost, Chief Communications Officer, and I'm so excited to present some ideas. And yes, these are still just ideas. We're just starting to come up with different ways to celebrate, and we're absolutely open to hearing from the public and all of the stakeholders for their wonderful ideas because we know they have them. Next slide. So first, I want to make clear, this is not just a one-day event. You could advance one more slide. We are going to celebrate really all year long and create a variety of touch points for people to engage with us. First, just this concept of having a really wonderful historical section on our website that we will create. And when we moved to our new headquarters, we undertook a massive digitization process, and we unearthed all sorts of amazing content that has been stored in boxes and in closets for years. And so we are going through them one by one, hours and hours, to figure out what is the most exciting stuff, and then we will put it up on our website. Also, we've already established this email address, bart50years@bart.gov. And the idea is anyone with ideas can email us now. Any employees who have ideas can email us now. And there's going to get to be a point where we actually ask people to share stories with us. So many people want to tell their BART stories, so let's let them. We can curate it and then put it on this public website. Next slide. We also know we have a bunch of great stuff, right? Things coming off of our train cars, our legacy cars. We have wonderful photos that people haven't seen in years. So we want to showcase these elements. Not just in person through like traveling pop-up displays that can go whether it's an event, at a station, the state capitol, wherever, here at BHQ in the lobby. And the idea is to curate it throughout the district, whether it's here at our headquarters or we have these wonderful new displays going up at the downtown stations I talked about yesterday, where we can actually take photos from building Montgomery Station and post them at the Montgomery Station on these digital boards. Also, we know people love our BART map, so I had this great idea. Let's do a fun poster and a fun historical display of the map over the years and just how much it's changed. So that's another great idea. Next slide. We're really leaning in on the merch, as you know, with the ugly sweater. People are celebrating BART merch. So we want to make sure we have not just t-shirts, but other really creative things that we offer the public on railgoods.com as well as at events when we go out into the community. Another great idea, and we've already done this, the last time I updated the system map, some amazing transportation supervisors single-handedly saved those maps for me. They're big, they're heavy, it's not easy to transport them, and they brought them to us so that we could hold on to them and sell to the public as part of our 50th anniversary. So we'll do that. And then also, what a delight, the legacy cars, when we go to have them recycle, we take off the numbers. Those number plates that everyone knows, they're so iconic. Some of them are 3 numbers and some of them are 4 numbers. And so we want to actually put them up on railgoods and sell them. So what would be really fun is if you have a special anniversary date, you could even say, I want this number if it's available. But also really important, we want to make sure our employees who have such a stake at Bart, they get kind of first dibs on those plates. So just wanted to throw that out there. We're definitely paying attention to that. Before offering it to the public, let's make sure our employees get a little piece of history also. Next slide. We want to do some really creative throwbacks. So you may or may not know, we did bring video games to Powell Street Station. I even found the press release that declared it a tremendous success because we made $2,000 off of it, which I think is just so wonderful. So we've already contacted some video gaming suppliers. And the idea is to bring some of the old-time video games back to Powell. We're still figuring out the details. Yes, there's got to be security involved. Yes, we want to make sure it's vandal-proof. It's probably going to be for a limited time, but we're going to do it, and it's going to be so fun. Next slide. Everyone wants to go out, right? Everyone's been stuck inside. So let's come up with some great ideas throughout the year. We launched the pilot of Soundtracks, which was our free outdoor music series, and we want to extend that this year once the weather gets nice. The poor Bartmobile has been cooped up, except for Bob Powers. We took it out to SF State not too long ago, so let's get that out into the community, into parades. You may not know this, but there's a time capsule at Lake Merritt, and guess what the opening date is? It's this year. So we are actually going to have a time capsule opening. That is so exciting. We'll live stream it, of course. We'll invite really important people to come to us. And then we need to talk about, like, should there be a new time capsule? And then how many years should it be till they reopen it? And what goes in it? So that's a really great opportunity. Of course, we'll have press conferences and other in-person ideas. And we're just, it's just so fun planning it. Next slide. So I mentioned we've unearthed all this great content. Cheryl Stelter is having to go through old video cassettes that are so old you can't even find players to watch the videos anymore, and she has to keep fixing the machines. And so we found all this great video that I've even never seen. So I want to show you something we've already put together just to give you an idea of all the great content that's going to be released this year.
It is hereby resolved that a Bay Area Rapid Transit District shall be created to plan and, if approved, to build and operate a regional system.
Voters are going to the polls in record numbers today to decide on the proposed Bay Area Rapid Transit System.
So just something to get you excited about all this great digital content that's going to come out. We can go to the next slide. So most important is our employees, right? We need to make sure that they feel like they're very much part of this celebration, and we want to make sure they get some fun swag out of it. So we want to, make a commemorative pin and have patches on their uniforms. We got this great idea from union leadership already that on their name tag, they could have the date they started to really have that pride of if they're a new employee or an old-timer employee. And so just the idea here with this is that we're going to make employees front and center, and we're going to tell their stories, and we're going to make sure they can see them, our frontline staff who doesn't have access to all of this great, website content. We're going to make sure there's printed materials in their break rooms. And then let's not forget our retirees. So we'll come up with a strategy to how to engage retirees, to make sure they know about these celebrations, that they're part of it, because they're obviously not, working right now, but we want to make sure they're part of the fun. And so now we're going to talk about some marketing and promotion ideas, because what a great way to also increase our ridership. So we can advance 2 slides. So one that requires, further discussion is fair promotions, but we want to at least, float the idea. Also, we've put in an order for commemorative clipper cards. How fun are these? Though we realize the paper ticket one, we don't want people accidentally sticking a clipper card in the paper ticket section. So we're not going to do that one, but we can make a sticker for clipper cards that those that know it's a clipper card and not a paper ticket can put the sticker on their clipper card. We want to wrap our trains and fun decals. And then at Lake Merritt Station, which is really sort of the heart of the BART system when you think about it, we want to do a domination. And what that means is you walk in and the whole place is just wrapped in decals with really fun content. And it's really obvious. Okay, next slide is, then we're going to take it on over to Rod Lee to finish it up.
Thanks, Alicia. So directors, in conclusion, if we can go to the next slide, there are some significant benefits to celebrating our 50th year. Focusing in on our riders and including them in the celebration will really assist us with our efforts to welcome our riders back. Also, it will create a renewed sense of importance and pride in our system from the public, which could be beneficial as we discuss our funding challenges that we have, as well as our celebrations may also attract additional interest from advertisers, which could provide the district with additional revenue. Next slide, please. And one more, please. As we mentioned earlier, the Office of External Affairs and the Art Department have already begun planning for the celebrations. However, we're in the midst of creating a multi-department committee, which will include our union partners, to ensure the celebration is broad and inclusive of all of our internal and external stakeholders. Listed here are some departments that will have representation on the committee, and with the help of the committee and your input, we plan to launch our celebratory activities in July and run them through September. So President Saltzman, that concludes our presentation, and we look forward to your comments and the comments of the board.
Thank you so much. This is very exciting. First, I'll go to public comment.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. This makes my day. This is the highlight of my day. And, I'm glad you brought this now because I was wondering, when are we going to discuss this? And I think back to the 75th and the 100th anniversary celebrations of the New York City subway and the 100th anniversary celebration of Grand Central Terminal in 2013. And to think that in the late 70s, people wondered, would Grand Central Terminal survive the wrecking ball? So here now, with 50 years, we have our chance to bring BART to a new level, as I talk often about a BART that is not just railroad, not just acceptable, not just world class, but great and legendary. And I remember saying that in one of my in-person meetings. And I think back to 2019, after I saw you, I went to Denver and I was riding on the A line of the Denver Regional Transportation District. And there was a train that was wrapped in their 50th anniversary logos and materials. And I saw that logo and it reminded me of John Denver and Rocky Mountain High and the mountains and the whole mindset of Denver's can-do spirit on the dividing line between the mountains and the Great Plains. And so I said, I was thinking to myself, well, that's an idea of what perhaps our branding should look like. And I've mentioned I've been on Denver RTD a number of times. And I've said, what should frame all this? I don't know if any of you ever seen this, but in New York City, there is a transit museum. It's located in an abandoned subway station, the old Court Street station in downtown Brooklyn. And they have vintage subway cars and all kinds of other exhibits. It's very large. It's the size of one of our stations, really. It's 2 levels. And so This is the start of something big. The idea of being steeped in tradition and mindful of history and relevant to the future, of bringing forth these ideas of showing people that BART is not just a railroad, but can be great and legendary. But most of all, when I see this logo, I believe that it says this one thing, that when anybody should sees it, they should know and realize that BART is unquestionably the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joe, please go ahead.
Oh, finally, we got the mute button fixed. Thank you for having me today. Joe Kunzler here. It's great seeing all of you. Huge supporter of BART. Good to see Director Allen's here, one of my favorite BART directors who does great fare gates of yours. Good to see Directors Foley and Duffy and Saltzman and Lee and Ames and McPartland as well. This 50th birthday is a huge deal. A lot of people said it was going to be impossible to connect the Bay Area with rapid transit, and here we are. It's 50 years of BART, and yes, BART's going through hard times, but when you've got Executive Director Powers, and you've got the one, the only Lisa Trust, you're going to do okay. You're going to be all right. But that's not why I called. I want to spend the last 2 minutes just talking about, my enthusiasm for BART. I hope to be able to buy some BART merchandise, like change my Clipper card to a 50th anniversary card. I definitely want to be caught riding BART on the 50th birthday. I also want an Lisa Trust action figure, also action figures of the BART board, and I also really hope that this is a turnaround of public support and enthusiasm for BART, because what BART represents and does is nothing short of amazing. There are people who right now are really worried about the future of public transit, and this 50th birthday party could really erase those worries. And I think that it's important to celebrate the employees. That's vital to center the employees and the retirees. But it's also important to be a place of optimism for public transit right now, because we're not going to have commuters carry the weight anymore. We're going to be relying on families. And just as maybe there should be some weekends that our kids ride free, there should also be, and attempts to win BART merchandise, like I said, I just really, really hope this is a moment where transit believes in itself and can celebrate and rally and come together, because there are some very, very special people who work in public transportation, but especially at your agency and especially on its board. The grit and toughness you have shown and the hope and optimism is nothing short of inspirational. And I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank also Director Lee for that board preview on Instagram while I was speaking about it. And just thank everyone and give my best to Lisa Trust and try to give you back, I think, about 10 seconds. So thank you so much for having me. Have a great day. And everyone, take your BART, please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Raul, please go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Raul Maldonado. Second time here after attending yesterday's workshop virtually. It's great to meet y'all again. And I'm excited for the future of BART and the initiatives it's taking to create a more cultural movement to invite people back into not just BART being a mode of transportation, but just like a way of lifestyle. And especially with this 50th year anniversary, I hope that is true with maybe considering bringing, incorporating like small vendors, like people like hot dog carts, I think, or even individuals that used to quite like maybe like barter or Bart, or if you get the pun there, or even like dance in the trains, doing like break dancing or whatever back in like mid 2010s when I first have gone to BART, like bringing that kind of like culture back and reminding people of, the great times that we've all had with BART and each of our own aspects. Me, it's that latter part where I saw people break dancing in the BART cars as I moved to San Francisco in like 2016. Great times. But yeah, hoping you can just like, really provide that cultural like shift again and really make an impact when this 50-year anniversary day comes, to show that, Bart is welcoming of that and appreciative of that cultural like timeline in the past, and wanting to reinvest and back into that going into the future. And then this will provide an opportunity for me as a millennial myself to cater, and I'm at social media kind of like advocate in like housing, the transportation and bike space, and how I can help y'all spread this type of awareness, either like on Instagram and TikTok, similar to how on their East Coast friends at the NTA, I know there was a mention related to a museum out in Brooklyn where there's like tons of kids out like spreading the joy and sharing how positive trains are in MTA. You can definitely see this on Instagram and TikTok, and that is growing out there in that space. And I think Bart can lead the initiative of growing that same type of feel on the West Coast side of things for transportation. And Bart can lead on that. That's pretty much it. Y'all been doing great. Appreciate the workshop and the updates. Yeah, have a great day.
Thank you. Looks like that concludes public comment. So now I'll go to the board. Director Allen.
Well, I love the enthusiasm of staff over this. It's something to get excited about. And I too hope that I can find the enthusiasm for it as we also start, we just ended yesterday with a very sobering discussion about finances and ridership and projections. I have a question for staff on this. Is there a budget for what we will spend on this initiative for the next year?
Director Allen, it's Rod Lee. The budget is still under development. We have not formally identified all of the activities. We wanted to come to you as a board first, get your ideas, and then we'll finalize the budget.
Any like range guess, of what we're going to spend over the next year?
Too early to make that determination, Director.
Okay, well, I hope that we can, because I think when we, I look at all of the things you outlined here, all of the exciting ideas, they're all, they're interesting and exciting, but at the end of the day, we still have to be not losing sight of the budget deficits that we are running when we are doing this. And so I would appreciate knowing exactly what our budget would be for the next year on these kinds of activities. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Ames.
Okay, this is really exciting. I just had a flashback of my childhood. I took Bart when I was a little kid in grade school, and I felt like it was so futuristic. I was just like in awe. This is in Fremont. I don't even remember where we went. I just remember being in the car, and it was super excited, and all the kids were screaming. And so I like the whole, get the kids involved. Maybe there is a way to use TikTok, but I had a constituent have an idea yesterday. It was Mark Green, a former mayor of Union City and MTC commissioner. I'm sure maybe most of you know Mark Green, but he thought of this heartwarming idea of involving the former directors to an event. Maybe it's the time capsule event. I don't know, but I love the time capsule idea. And that really warmed my heart, because I brought Tom Blaylock to the former director, my predecessor. He was a director for 24 years, and he talked about the Warm Spring Station, the history, and to get the retirees, the former directors together in one space would be so joyful. I can't tell you, it was one of the nicest meetings I had with Mr. Blaylock, and we were looking at the new pedestrian bike bridge in Warm Springs. And anyway, he's got the institutional memory of the retirees and the directors. I think would be really fabulous to just meet with them. And so the budget, is probably a concern, but, we talked about advertising, and I think this is a fantastic way to really show there's pride here, there's excitement. We need our riders back. And I think hopefully we can get a lot of advertisers on board and we can, offset the cost of the events. Anyway, go team. Thank you. I thought this was fabulous and I look forward to good times ahead.
Thank you, Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to say that this is a wonderful way to celebrate Bart's past and future. And so I really do appreciate the opportunity for us to celebrate all we've done and what we will be able to do. Building on Director Zame's recommendation, I don't know if we've planned an event for Sunday, September 11th, but maybe that would be a good opportunity to bring the former directors back on the actual anniversary, if we could do something that actual day. School field trips, I think, would be a great way for us not only to educate, but also to bring the younger generation into understanding about the importance of public transportation, the reliance on vehicles in our culture, and greenhouse gas emissions. I really do think this is a learning opportunity as well. I know we have had challenges with food in the past on BART, but I don't think that food trucks at locations is a bad idea. So I think that you can have events around local food trucks and things of that sort where they might come out to celebrate specific events at each station throughout the system during the year. I very much support the idea also of maybe raffles or some sort of Bartable giveaway where, maybe a number plate from one of the vehicles or something that we can have a raffle. Everybody pitches in $1 and whatever we make, we can put towards the bottom line. And then lastly, I have 4 words for our folks that are planning, and those are Galaga, Defender, Pole Position. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Well, I'll jump in and then see if anybody else wants to weigh in. This is really exciting. Thank you for all the planning you've put in so far. I know there will be a lot more work over the year. And I think it's great that you're thinking about how to tie this to increasing ridership. Because if we're having these fun events and getting people to BART stations, if we're selling merchandise, even if we're not making a lot of money off of that, but people are walking around the Bay Area wearing BART's logo, it's just gonna, it's gonna make people feel positive about BART. It's a good way to bring people back. So I think it actually in the long term, and hopefully even over this year, will help drive revenue back to BART, even if there's some expense involved. I just had a couple additional thoughts. One is, and I don't know if this is feasible, but what about doing some kind of pop-up in the headquarters? We have that retail space. I don't actually know if it's finished enough to do something like this. What about doing some pop-up over the month of September or whatever, just because that's the month we started, and selling some of this merchandise and displaying some of the historical materials. So that might be fun if it's feasible. I also think it would be great to engage with the various Bay Area historians that are out there. So like, for example, there's a great podcast, East Bay History. They actually, a few years ago, did a really wonderful interview with Michael Healy about his book about BART. And then they had a live event with him at the Oakland Main Public Library. And it was like filled beyond capacity, maybe a fire hazard, because it was so popular. People wanted to hear about the history of BART. So thinking about kind of people like that are already promoting the history of the Bay Area and how we can connect with them to get the word out, because I think there are all these existing great things around. And then I loved Director Ames's idea about re-engaging with whatever former BART directors are still around, especially those who were on the board for over 20 years, besides Tom Blaylock, Joel Keller, Tom Radulovich, getting them re-engaged. I think that's a really fun idea, along with all of the retirees. And I do really like the idea of offering some fare discount at some point. It might be fun to do like a really deep discount to like whatever it costs the first days of BART, even if it's only over a short period of time, like a weekend or a week. I think it is a way to draw people back, even if it's just for that week. And then they might say, oh, the BART is great. I want to keep riding it. So I think that that would be a lot of fun to do. So really looking forward to everything you'll bring back over the coming months and year, and let us know how we can all engage. Are there any other board comments on this? And if not, we are amazingly running very early. We can move on to the next part of our agenda, which is the evaluation section.
Great, thank you. We can bring up the evaluation slide, please. So every year when we start planning the board workshop, it is very helpful for us to be able to look back at prior years and what has been useful to the board of directors and to the public. And so what we would like to ask, we're going to take a 20-minute break. The next slide. But we would really appreciate that if in that 20-minute break time, you could go to www.bart.gov/workshop to provide feedback on the workshop. You can provide as much feedback. There's a basic set of questions which is very quick to get through, and you can provide as much additional feedback and comments as you feel comfortable doing. The more you provide, the better we can use the feedback to make the workshop even better next year. So with that, we're going to leave this slide up during the break with the 20-minute countdown so that everybody knows when we're coming back. And in that time, if you can please just take those few minutes, we want staff to complete it. We want, of course, our board of directors to complete it. And we also welcome the public. If you've been watching the workshop and you have thoughts about what would be more useful, feel free to go on and fill out our evaluation. So with that, I think we can go to the break.
Thank you. See everybody back here in 20 minutes. So I think once staff returns, we can get started again. Oh, they're telling me they need 2 more minutes, so we get 2 more minutes.
President Saltzman?
Yes, are we
Hi.
ready?
I think we're ready to proceed.
Great.
So, President Salzman, members of the board, I think April is going to pull up a summary here, but what Hannah and her team tried to do was capture some of the discussions, some of the themes, not every word, obviously, but the discussions, the themes, kind of direction on some of these topics that you talked about amongst yourselves and to us. So we're going to walk through that, and if there's any glaring, oversights or anything, we put it together in the last 20 minutes here. So let me turn it over to Hannah, and we'll walk you guys through what we think was discussed here and said.
Just one moment, working with a little tech issue. Have it up in just a second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm wearing Director Blaylock's 30th anniversary pin.
Sure.
He gave me all this memorabilia. So.
Yep.
Great. Can we move forward to the next slide, please? The next one. Okay, so this first slide is sort of the high-level general themes, and then I'll go through a slide for each topic on the key points for each topic. So But as an overall themes from the workshop, we really heard, a reiteration of the importance of focus on the customer. So we need to continue to improve the customer experience for all, including those with disabilities, adapt to rider needs and shifting patterns, and these efforts are critical for ridership recovery. We also heard again the importance of Bart as a regional leader, and that we should take a leadership role in coordinating and engaging key partners and stakeholders on revenue measure opportunities and to explore all options. Also continue to take a leadership role on regional transit coordination, including on fare integration, pilot work, and evaluation of all regional network management options. And then on the equity piece, we really heard emphasis on honesty, transparency, proactivity, and love. The next slide. Looking in a little greater detail at the customer experience, trends, opportunities, and new initiatives presentation. Again, we heard that we need to continue to communicate about Bart's proactive efforts for cleaner, safer, customer-focused system. So that included an emphasis on focusing on personal safety and security and crime reduction, and then also increasing promotion of Bart's superior airflow and air filters, that we really need to emphasize how we succeed as a safe place for people during COVID. Prioritize improving the experience for transit-dependent and disabled riders, so improving wayfinding, especially for the visually impaired, came up, and then identifying if there's a need for more staff dedicated to the needs of visually impaired and people with disabilities. Next slide. Also looking to adjust to changing travel patterns. So continue to use a data-driven strategy for promoting ridership and develop initiatives directly tied to survey data. And then explore ways to better serve off-peak and weekend riders. So we all know with the more remote work, they'll be less reliant on office commuters. We need to have reliable and affordable airport connections and find new ways to attract those currently driving. And then lastly, to promote taking Bart to parks and recreation destinations. And then the importance of improving safety again, such as in parking lots in particular, station area safety. Next slide. Moving forward to the discussion on the fiscal outlook, we identified a need to sustain transit operations with the transition to a new revenue model. And as part of that, we should lead coordination with regional partners, including advocacy groups, both for listening and learning, explore all opportunities with an eye to a 5 or 9 county regional measure, support BART's operations and growth, as well as those of other transit agencies, and then to take an equity focus, both on what the investments are and in exploring non-regressive revenue options. And that we need to demonstrate the value of BART to the region. So communicate what we're doing and what more we can do, and then consider accelerating some key customer-facing efforts. And we heard specifically their next-gen fare gates and public safety. And then we heard to get ready now, but to be flexible, and that there could be off-ramps. So if other fund sources become available, we don't have to follow through with a regional measure, but we should start the efforts to set the stage for that now. Next slide. We also heard some specific feedback on the budget, in particular to be strategic about filling staff vacancies, and then to provide more transparency, including more timeliness in closing out monthly financials, and then providing quarterly budget updates with more detail about expenses. Next slide. From the equity exercise, and we wanted to share with you the word cloud developed from director feedback during that discussion. So the larger words reflect the words that were mentioned more often. So looking for transformation, proactive, honest, loving approach to equity. Next slide. This slide is reflective of which boxes the directors linked to most often. So the darker the color, the more often it was discussed in the discussion. So again, that focus on honesty, transformation, really being proactive and loving, but all our areas that were noted. Next slide. And then this outlines key points of emphasis for the racial equity plans. We heard a need to engage with external equity experts, the importance of our transit-oriented development program, honesty as a way to achieve transformation, the need to acknowledge and address the impacts of the original system, design and construction, the importance of equitable access, policing equity, more involvement with LEP communities, including hearing from our advisory committee, relationship building with unhoused populations, our workforce and the importance of that being reflective of the community, and then environmental justice, and particularly related to how we adapt to climate change. Next slide. So moving forward into regional transit coordination, we heard, again, that need to lead on regional coordination and transformational work, creating a better customer experience and more connected transit network. We'll be bringing back to the board MTC network management, all alternatives for consideration. And staff will be considering in the evaluation the role of emergency response and coordination efforts, internal Bart organization as it relates to the regional network alternatives, and then any concern about additional layers of bureaucracy. We heard to consider joint transit board meetings on the coordination topics and to continue to advance the fare integration work, starting with the Fare Path pilot institutions. We will continue to engage on SB 917 and bring that to the board for consideration in April, and call on the board and advocates to support addition of transit representation on MTC commission. Next slide. For our TOD update, some key points related to the upcoming TOD work plan. We heard to continue to explore ways to reduce and measure vehicle miles traveled, to continue the jobs attraction strategy, proactively seek funding for housing at all levels, including state and federal, and then just here reiterating which are the upcoming stations in the work plan. AB 2923 conformance will have ongoing engagement with local jurisdictions, and that staff should revisit their system-wide retail strategy to serve riders, activate stations, and generate revenue. Staff will aim to bring something to the board this spring. Next slide. And lastly, we have our 50th anniversary of Bart service. So we want to ensure that the celebration is tied to increasing ridership. Ideas to consider include engaging with former Bart directors, considering a pop-up at BHQ, raffling off number plates, engaging with historians, field trips and educational opportunities, and food trucks. And we also, staff will be establishing a budget for anniversary celebrations as the scope is more refined. And with that, that's the close. That's the overall summary of what we have heard. We love your feedback and hear if there's anything we missed or anything we didn't get quite right, and hear what else you might have to add.
Thank you so much for so quickly summarizing the past 2 days. I think you did an excellent job, as always. Do we have any directors who either want to comment on that summary or have any kind of closing comments? Director Ames.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, we wanted to engage the retirees as well as the former directors with all that institutional knowledge. That would be really fun to meet those people. So yeah, I think overall it was a great discussion. I feel like some of the items we just scratched the surface, but I hope that we'll have a more robust discussion. I mean, I really miss having this in person. I know we can't do this. I felt like it was more engaging and more fun. This is really the best meeting, I think, of the whole year. And so I'm wondering if we could do this mid-year, because we have so many issues on the table, the crisis, the financial crisis, the fare integration. I mean, it goes on and on. So we know the challenges. So anyway, I enjoyed this very much again, and I want to thank everybody in the staff, everyone here, the public, and hopefully we can engage more and do something similar maybe in 6 months. That's my shout out. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to thank the General Manager and the District Secretary's office for all of their hard work in putting this event together for us, this 2-day workshop. It was a great job, very informative, engaging. I think it allows us to have that conversation. I would agree with Director Ames. I think if it was in person, certainly you get a little more engagement, but It is the sign of today's time, so I'm not going to be too concerned about that. And then lastly, I wanted to mention that I neglected to thank Hannah Lindelof for her work on the regional transit coordination. She's been doing a great job of keeping all of these moving pieces together, for the last year, but also really taking the reins and going to lead us into the future with this. So Hannah, thank you very much for your work on this. And that's all I have, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other director closing comments? Okay, well, I just want to thank everybody. I think despite it being virtual, and there are limitations, of course, it's not as engaging as in person. I think that the whole team did a really great job planning this in a way where it could be engaging, with the exercise we did yesterday, with all the time we had for the board to weigh in and where our comments were taken. And I think one thing that is the upside about the virtual workshop is I think we had more public engagement in this workshop than the entire 9 years I've been on the Bart year. I guess this is my 10th workshop now. I remember the in-person ones, we used to get like 2 public commenters. So I think even when we go back in person, it'll be really important to maintain the virtual option, because it was just so great to have such robust public input before we got into the director discussions. And I think that really guided where we went with our discussions. So just want to thank all the staff, the board. I know it's hard to stare at a computer for this long for 2 days, and luckily we're going to get an hour back because we were so efficient today. So I hope you all enjoy that extra hour. And Bob or anyone on your team, do you have any closing comments before we adjourn?
I would just echo your comments, Director. Staff really appreciates the discussion, the feedback, and the interaction with you. And, we'll clean up our summary here, and the formatting and some of the terminology there, and we'll get it out to you in a summary document. But just thank you for your attention and your commitment to helping guide us for the next 50 years here. So thank you.
Thanks so much. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
President Saltzman?
Yes.
Hi, I'm sorry. Did you want to do the in memoriam? I don't know if anyone had any.
We don't typically do that at these meetings. Was that on the agenda?
It was. Yes. I just wanted to double check.
We've lost most people at this point, so I'd say unless somebody has something urgent, you can save it. We have a special meeting coming up next week, and then our regular board meeting coming up at the end of the month. So unless it's urgent, I'd say let's save all of that for the next meetings.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.